My name is Fuchumlo Changlao, and I am a junior project fellow from EDRI Bangalore. And I welcome each and every one of you on this workshop on the edible insects for sustainable livelihood. We will now officially begin with the inaugural session. And to start off, I would like to call upon the Deni Day department for the inaugural song. Thank you, Danity Department. Now I would like to call upon the uh, guest of today's session on the table. Um, as I call up, may you kindly come up to the table and please take the seat. Um, Dr. Lily Sema, the principal, Kohima Science College, Jotsoma, and Sri C. Peter Yanthan, the additional director of Agriculture, Nagaland, Dr. Priya Darsanan Tharmarajan, senior fellow, EDRI, Bangalore, and the Sir Jesse Video Ankami, the HOD of the Department of Zoology. Uh, Now I'd like to call upon Sir Jesse Video Ankami for a welcome speech.
In the very beginning, I want to thank God for giving us this beautiful day and a good privilege to have a gathering here, though we have pandemic situation all over the country. I want to welcome each and every individual present here. Firstly, I welcome Sir Professor Priyan and his team members to Kohima Science College and to Nagaland. I also welcome our Sir C. Peter Yangtan, Additional Director, Department of Agriculture, Nagaland, Kohima. Though a busy man, when I approached his director, he was very happy to accept our invitation as his uh, director request him to grace our this inaugural function. So, sir, we are happy to welcome you, and we are happy to tell that you accept our invitation in a very short moment. Actually, it was on Wednesday. This is a um, no public interview day, but still then they allowed me to meet them and uh, accept our invitation to grace this occasion. I also welcome our principal to this very um, technical workshop. Though she is always busy with college activities, but uh, as she sacrifices her works and uh, accept our invitation and be present here. I also welcome our vice principal and all the HODs who are present here. I also want to welcome all the resource person, though I could not mention the names particularly, but I welcome you to this Kohima Science College. I also welcome all the participants who come from near and far. I hope your presence here will be a pleasant one. I also welcome and I'm happy for accepting our request by the Technidia Department and presenting here a beautiful inaugural song. And I want to thank them, especially the teachers and the students who arranged this very beautiful song to us. With these few words, I give time to our compare again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have the introduction to the workshop by Dr. Priya Darsanan Tharmarajan. He is the senior fellow, EDRI, Bangalore.
Respected Principal Dr. Lelesama, Honorable Chief Guest Sri C. Peter Yandan, my dear colleague Dr. Jesse, Honorable resource people, my colleagues, delegates, good morning to all of you. He ate crickets and drank wild honey while introducing John the Baptist. This is how the Book of Marks introduces John the Baptist. What were our forefathers eating before we invented agriculture? What were our forefathers eating before we invented fire? Human beings do not have the ability to digest the uncooked carbohydrates or cellulose. So obviously our forefathers were hunter-gatherers. Before inventing the tools, it was not possible to hunt down the larger mammals. So they were eating fruits and insects. So originally, human beings are insectivorous and frugivorous. Time passed. Every technology was trying to reduce the physical stress of the human beings. In the meantime, it is adding on more mental stress. When we started agriculture, when we got good weapons, hunting became easy. Started agriculture, we started a settled life. So we all always started looking for easy food. Easy food is what we farm. So gradually, from most human societies, the habit of eating insects have vanished. Even the modern society start looking at insects as an inferior food. But if you look carefully, we can understand that most of our indigenous communities, almost 200 crore people belonging to 110 countries, even today, consume insects. And recently, the scientists come up with a suggestion to feed the growing human population, to cater the protein requirement of the human population. By 2050, we will not have another option other than depending on the insects. The livestock is occupying more than 30% of the cultivable land today. And the carbon footprint of our cultivation is much more with what it won't be affordable in the coming future. Considering all this, Food and Agricultural Organization came up with a document in 2011 and later in 2013 asking to promote entomophagy, eating insects, start farming, train people to eat insects. If human people have to cater to their protein requirements, we may not have another option other than depending on insects. So all over the world now there are efforts to promote insect eating. What does it mean to people of northeastern India who are traditionally consuming a lot of insects? In the first chance, it's an opportunity because people of here have more experience on that. Next, it is a challenge. As an opportunity, so people here know what to eat, what are the insects need to be eaten. My research team in last 2.5 years have documented more than 250 species of insects being regularly consumed by people of Northeast India. From just alone from Nagaland, we could record more than 150 species. Some of those species are displayed here. So people of Northeast India know what insects to be eaten. So obviously people from outside world may be looking towards Northeast India for their insect food. So it opens up a big opportunity to the people here. Can open up a market to the outside world. But if you look into the deterioration of many of the non-timber forest products in the elsewhere, we could see that it is the overexploitation due to the demand from outside world which is impacting the non-timber forest products. And people outside then started blaming the people who depend on it. But they conveniently forget that they are the real reason for the deterioration of the forest products. So what is the way out? Reduce the dependence on the wild catch. How? There are methods to rear insect, culture insects. We should start farms. In Thailand and in other Southeast Asian nations, insect farming is a big industry. India, in the world, today it's more than $1 billion industry or even more. And the challenge is when more people start eating insects, that can be a threat to the insect diversity itself. So we have to find a sustainable way. Rearing insects is much environment friendly than compared to rearing larger livestock. In India, if you have to start this mini livestock, farming insects, we should start from northeastern countries. When we planned this workshop, I was not expecting this kind of an overwhelming response from the people. We have delegates from at least 4 northeastern states here. And due to the constraints due to the pandemic, we couldn't accept many applications. That's why we have planned a live streaming of the whole event. This is just a beginning. In these 2 days, I don't think that people can learn everything about the biology of insects, methods for rearing, marketing, entrepreneurship. So many things need to be covered. But this is just a seed program, a beginning. We may have to organize larger training. But at the same time, since our Honorable Additional Agriculture Director is here, I should also point to the policy gaps in this. In India, legally we are yet to recognize insects as a legal food. It is not a normal food material. Our agriculture universities are yet to identify it as a farming species. So there are not much research is happening on farming insects, other than we have Dr. Amalan Das from Calcutta University, who is an expert in rearing grasshoppers. We have people from Nagaland, from the local community, who have found out their own methods for domesticating hornets. We have several other experts sitting here. They are going to share their experience with you. And coming back to the policy gaps, first we have to recognize this as a legal food material by the country. Next is, if we have to get into an entrepreneurship, we should be able to trade this. According to the India Biodiversity Act, If we need to trade a species, it should be recognized as a normally traded species. No insects are, other than the honeybees and silkworms, are recognized as normally traded species. So we should identify and prioritize edible insects and get a place in the list of normally traded species. And another major hurdle is insects, all species are considered as wild species. If it is wild, means it is protected by the country's laws. So we have to get the normally traded species out of the purview of the normally traded species, out of the Wildlife Act. Such policy constraints also there. So next 2 days, we have a lot of experts here, and we have enthusiastic delegates. We have a very good team, and we'll have a lot of ideas. This is take it as a knowledge sharing platform, other than just listening from the resource people. So we should exchange our ideas, and this is the very purpose of this workshop. And as part of this, it will be my fault if I fail to thank the college and the Department of Zoology. We are an organization from Bangalore. ETRI is one of the global think tanks working on conservation and sustainability sciences. As part of the Department of Biotechnology is Northeast India Bioresources Inventory Program. My colleagues, Dr. Ravikant and Dr. Arvind of that program is here. We started this project 2 years back. Though we made several field visits here, we didn't have much acquaintance to organize a workshop here. But when my staff Ajanu and Teja and Fujimlo approached the department, they were very happy and very cooperative to partner with this program. Without the help of the college and the Department of Zoology, this event wouldn't have happened. In fact, the most of the organizational effort was taken by the department. I thank the department for all the cooperation and the help rendering to this program. Thank you, madam. Thank you. I also thank our chief guest for agreeing to inaugurate this program. I thank all the resource people to agreeing to and for coming for this program. And I also thank all the delegates. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll have the presidential address by Dr. Lily Sema. She is the principal of Kohima Science College.
Our respected Sir C. Peter Yantan, Additional Director, Agriculture Department, Nagaland. Dr. Manoj Kumar Modi, Scientist, A, Department of Biotechnology, and esteemed resource persons, Dr. Priya Darshanan Ranjan, a fellow, senior fellow at TRI, Bangalore, and all the members of ATRI present here. Mr. Chesavito Angami, head of the Department of Zoology, Kohima Science College, and faculty, heads of the departments from Kohima Science College present, participants present and online, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed an honor for me to stand here this morning and once again, on behalf of the faculty, staff, and students of Kohima Science College, will extend a very warm welcome to all of you. I am very grateful and thankful to the Department of Zoology, Kohima Science College, and ATRI for organizing this 2-day workshop on edible insects of Northeast India here at Kohima Science College. Insects as an important traditional food of our people. This workshop will certainly benefit not only the participants, but it will have a huge impact on understanding the value as a as an alternative food and a potential for livelihood among the people in the state through the participants. Insects, as we have heard from our expert here, Dr. Ranjan, insects are considered as a delicacy and consumed in many parts of the world, and is certainly a huge delicacy here in Nagaland, as it is in other parts of the Northeast states. In some societies, eating insects was and is a taboo and is also regarded as a primitive habit or behavior. But among the tribal communities, it is an important traditional food. And entomophagy has only been very recently caught worldwide attention as a highly nutritious food and feeds at low environmental cost as a source of livelihood, especially for the rural poor, and the fundamental role they play in nature. And as we have also heard, it is estimated that insects form part of a traditional diet for at least 2 billion people around the world. And it is amazing to know that about 200 species of insects has been documented, reported, and documented as edible, and most of them from tropical countries. It is amazing because Dr. Ranjan has also said that they have identified about 250 species from the Northeast itself, because I know only about 5 or 6 edible insects, and my favorite is the carpenter's worm, which is so, expensive. So, the most insects are highly nutritious and healthy food, as we have come to know, and a source of high fat, protein, vitamins, fibers, and minerals, and that it can be a very, very good alternative of staple food like pork, chicken, and fishes even. So, we consider this insects eating food as a very special and traditional food of the tribal communities, but the source is only from the wild. We are resourcing from the wild, and in the process there is a huge impact, negative impact on the insects as well as the environment. And farming insects for food and feed has not yet featured, not only here but on the agenda of agriculture research and development agencies, because even including FAO, which until recently as 203 had been looking into it, except for a few exceptions like silkworm and bees. There has not been any farming till lately. However, innovative mass rearing system has begun in many countries, as we have heard again from our expert. And so We understand that there is a huge environmental benefit of rearing insects because of the high feed conversion efficiency of the insects, because of the it's helping in reduction of environmental contamination, and it's it can be reared on organic side streams, can transform low value organic byproduct into high quality food or feeds. Insects are also reported to emit fewer greenhouse gases and less ammonia than cattle or pigs, and they require significantly less land and water than cattle rearing. So they deliver a host of ecological services that are fundamental to the survival of humankind as pollinators in plant reproduction, in improving soil fertility through waste bioconversions. So with the growing world population and increasing consumer demand, there is increasing demand for food production, which is also placing heavy pressure on our already limited resources. And the impact of the livelihood sector on environment is considerable. There is deforestation, soil erosion, desertification, loss of plant biodiversity, public health hazards, and water pollution. And according to FAO, livestock production accounts for 70% of all agricultural land use, with global demand for livestock products expected to be more than double between 2000 and 2050. Meeting this demand will require innovative solutions. Now, insects, because of their nutritional composition, accessibility, simple rearing techniques, and quick growth rates, has a huge potential for enhancing food security and providing important livelihood opportunities for people. They can be directly and easily collected from nature or farmed with minimal technical or capital expenditure and minimal land that offers entry even to the poorest sections of society, such as women and the landless. Edible insects can be produced with less environmental impact than livestock. So, with the rising acceptance of entomophagy, encouraging commercial rearing and domestication techniques of insects can make it become the most promising and sustainable food and feed of the future. Insects as an important traditional food of our people. Learning how to identify these many edible insects, documenting traditional methods and the know-hows, and knowing the domesticating methods of these edible insects for food and livelihood would be a boon for our people. This two-day workshop will greatly help the participants to understand the benefit of understanding insects as an alternative source of uh, healthy food, healthy, nutritious food of the future, and its potential to sustainable livelihood. So, with this, I wish all the speakers and all the participants the very best for the two-day workshop ahead. And I'm sure that you will have a very interesting and enriching time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will have a small presentation to show our appreciation to our chief guest and to the principal. So, okay. Um, Ma'am, can you kindly come up on stage? We would like to give a small memento as a sign of appreciation from our team. And I'll kindly ask Dr. Brian to do the honors in presenting the mementos. I would also like to ask our chief guest, sir, may you kindly stand up on your feet to receive the mementos. Sir Priyan, can you please do the honors again? Now we will have the inaugural address by Sri C. Peter Yantan. He's the Additional Director of Agriculture, Nagaland. Sir, you may take the time.
I think I should be more of a participant than being a guest today, going by the program. Anyway, first of all, I thank the good Lord for the good time we are going through. As our sir has pointed out, though we are in the pandemic, still then life has to go on and agriculture has to go on. Respected convener of today's inaugural program, most respected Madam Principal of Science College, respected our head of department, zoology, and our friend from a tree who has been so considerate to come to this part of the land, of this area, and then sharing us the valuable thoughts, which I'm sure will bear fruit after this workshop. And all the head of departments, participants, though I may not mention the names, and then the team from the tree, I convey our sincere greetings to you all from the Department of Agriculture, Nagaland. I will not dwell much on the edible insects because very almost elaborately, Madam and our sir has dwelt upon it. So, as to open this inauguration, I will try to limit myself with the time limitation because more important proceedings will follow, which will be beneficial for you, which will be very meaningful to you all in this workshop. Insects for sustainable livelihood. That is a theme of today's workshop. So when I go through this, I was morally boosted up rather, as our madam said. And then all are aware, Amakando, we this part and the Nagas Kando, but many people, sorry, I'll be down to earth when I share things, that were a bit raw and all. But I was really boosted up when I saw these edible insects for livelihood. That's good. Because livelihood, that is what we are all yearning for. So now I can proudly say that earlier there used to be a joke that the Nagas eat anything that has wings, not that flies, except aeroplane. And anything that has 2 or 4 legs, except chair and table. But today with this topic, edible insects for livelihood, we are encouraged. But that does not mean that we will destroy the environment. Rather, by eating or consuming the insects, I believe we are uh, maintaining the ecological balance to a great extent. Now, coming to our department also pertaining to agriculture, because today's topic and our agriculture is interlinked, I feel. And in agriculture, we have 4 systems of agriculture practices, which you all know, which I will not go in depth. That is, one is the integrated pest management, which is related to today's topic, where not we don't emphasize much on which are edible, which are non-edible, but we emphasize on farmers' friends and farmers' enemies pertaining to the crops. That means when we let the farmers identify as their enemies, that means those insects or pests which destroy the crops, thereby affecting the economy, their livelihood. So we propagate to the farmers that they should be kept under control. How? By preserving the natural enemies. That is, we call farmers' friends. And those farmers' friends are those insects or pests which cut their crops, their field, even at night. Because these farmers' friends will not destroy the crops, rather, they will attack the enemies, that is, those insects or pests which destroy the crops. So, this is one component where we propagate to the farmers, where even a lay farmer can learn. That is, in the practical field, just show them through their identifications, and morphological, all these characteristics, they can identify that this is my friend, this is my enemy. We call it defender and pest. Just one instance. We have many species of grasshoppers, but all grasshoppers are also not the enemies, all are not the friends. Just example, which you all will be also aware, I'm sure. The zoological, of course, department and all. Just for the lay farmer, they come to entomology dissection where those things will be difficult for them. But just by physical identification, a grasshopper which have the antenna longer than its body, the antenna longer than its body is not harmful to the crops. I'm pertaining to the cereal crops, mainly paddy. It may eat up some vegetables, that is different, but so also some other crops or whichever. So these are some of the factors we also find that it is helpful to the farmers. So these are under integrated pest management program. So that's how we tie up with the farmers. Another one is agronomic and cultural practices, but here I will not dwell upon it. That is how they are blowing, sowing, and all those things. Then another factor is the physical and mechanical control, which I've said. After identifying the insects, excuse me, I'm going more on the agricultural aspect. They can mechanically collect the insects, and then which are edible we can consume, and which are not, that can be eradicated. And then another one is the biological control, where we rear some in the laboratory at Metzbemo, we have labs, biolab we call it, and then there we raise some species, and then eggs are hatched, and then the eggs are laid on the carts, trigo carts we call it, and then it is released into the field, and the eggs will hatch out in the field, and then they will operate on the other insects which destroy the farmers' crops, and thereby it helps the farmers in dual purpose. One, protecting his or her crop in the field, and as Madam also said, it becomes a delicacy also, which we can have it because we are not using pesticides or insecticide all of a sudden. So there's a dual purpose on it through this biological control. So these are some of the things we also practice in the department. Thereby, as I said, we have very advantageous things through this workshop, which we will also be sharing in our next program under integrated pest management also. And yes, I wish you all will be knowing also in Nagaland, like elsewhere in other states also, but pertaining to our Nagaland also, honeybee, we all are aware. It, I think the whole of this insect is very helpful and then economically helping ourselves, to the farmers, to us. For example, not only the honey, which we know the value of honey, but the sting of the honey is also, a therapy for many ailments. I'm sure many of you will be aware. Even we have some indigenous, we call it local doctors. They used to give us some stings, biting, which is a sort of curing some of the ailments. So these are also some of the factors. And these wasps, we know the pupae of the wasp is so costly in the market also, and we can rear them also. So these are some of the factors which can sustain the livelihood of the people. And not only that, other insects also are also very helpful, which can help us economically, which can uplift us. And then another one, it has medicinal aspects also, some of the insects. For example, this, we call it peel, peel millipede. Some are lotus, I think. We call it shari. Peel millipede. That is, if you touch, it becomes round. Peel millipede. Yeah. No, it has medicinal value, and I myself have tested. If you are having a severe toothache, you can have that. Just try fry in the karai, or then just roast it and have. It has a very soothing effect, and the worm, it disappears. So also in some of the animals or cattle, where they have wounds and all, where maggots or worms are coming out, if you just churn this millipede, peel millipede, and put it, I think this is a repellent, maybe the maggots come out and septic is avoided. So these are some of the indigenous technical knowledge, I think I should say, IDK, which so if some scholars or researchers may be helpful in to improve upon it. So I would like to also share with you. And then the eri, we call it eripuk. These also have a double income source because the caterpillar we consume and that pupae caterpillar we have, and then the cocoon is churned and then made use into cloth makings and all. So these are double benefits of increasing the livelihood of the people, which I would like to share with you. Though you must be aware, still then, sometimes we are aware, but we tend to forget. So to refresh our mind, I'm sharing you all these things. Not the new things you all are aware, which you all have come across, but I just wanted to share with you some of these things. And the borders, what we call oak, which stays in oak, that red one which Madam has pointed out, it is the delicacy is there, and then its value you all know, and the price also you all know. So see, these are the factors which we can preserve and then yes, increase our economy value. Then different types of crickets, field crickets, all those things. These are also edible, and then it fetches good price to the farmers also. Then the termite flight also, it is very oily, which are very tasty also. All these things are being given to us by nature free of cost. The only thing is we have to maintain the balance, preserve it, and then make good use of all these creatures or insects. That is what I mean, the balancing the ecological and the maintaining the good ecosystem. And keeping this maintenance of this good ecosystem, we agriculture and in the allied sectors go for various types of activities, because if you only eat only the insects, there has to be something which is complementary to the insect also. So agriculture and allied sectors need to produce crops or food so that it can be combined with the insects while having our food. So with these things, and then above all, for all of us, our vision, the vision of the government and then the departments, the people is vision for 2025 is food for all by 2025, where we all need to put our heads together and we need to work upon it so that sustenance is there by that decade, by that period. And with this in mind, agriculture and allied activities, and then agriculture being the main occupation or the mainstay of our people, particularly for the Nagas, agriculture and allied sectors have made, of course, considerable strides in production and productivity. And for this, still then, we should not be complacent that we are enough, self-sufficient. No, still a lot has to be done to increase the production and productivity. And so that with this in mind, our vision is a feasible and economically viable agriculture in Nagaland by 2025. And our mission is to transform the sustainable agriculture to commercial agriculture in sustainable manner by extending demand-driven service to farmers, promote organic agriculture in the hilly terrains, and pioneering the state in rain-fed farming system. Now, promoting the agriculture, organic agriculture, because we may not be able to compete with the rest of the country in terms of production. So we have to focus on quality. So where we may be less in quantity, but more on quality. More on quality means the more income, the price will be more. So that is organic, and I'm very happy to share with you that, as our sir has said, our director, and then all are there down there in Dimapur today and tomorrow. There is national level buyers and sellers meet on organic MOVCD in Dimapur. A big occasion is going on where many buyers and sellers from other parts of the country are there to buy our own produce. So also we can also buy from them. So that the workshop is going on in Timor. So these are some of the activities where our department is initiating and taking up. And I'm sharing these things because by maintaining these things with minimum use of pesticides and insecticides, a good ecosystem is created where the insects under such favorable condition, the insects can also thrive well. And thereby, we can go for those edible insects and then which increases livelihood. So there also a double benefit is there through agricultural production and through preservation of those insects and then making use of them. And so our goal is to increase crop production and productivity. And we also empower and improve the living standard of the farming community. That is by promoting the farm mechanizations wherever feasible. Because earlier, I hope you are. I'm going a little bit out of today's workshop, but since I find it that it is interrelated, I'm just sharing with you. Earlier, our villagers, our farmers used to really struggle, and the cost benefit is very high. But these days, wherever feasible, we are encouraging by a farm mechanization and to achieve the food security by 2025. And empowerment of small and marginal farmers, considering the gender equality. Here, I'm not very gender biased, but we consider that because in Nagaland, to be very frank, the women folk are more of the workers than the male. So we have also evolved those machineries, gender-friendly machineries, we call it, which the women folk can operate in the field, thereby to produce the production and productivity. And so our ultimate aim is for a resilient agriculture. Now I have shared the above inputs in connection with today's workshop on sustainable livelihood. Though I have stressed much on agricultural activities. And in conclusion, I would like to address all stakeholders, participants, to put all efforts in which ever field we are, so as to make our state and our people for a sustainable livelihood. And I wish the workshop a meaningful and successful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking speech. Now we will have the felicitation by Dr. C. Ravikant.
Respected people on the dais, participants, delegates, speakers, students, and all the staff and students of Kohima Science College, my friends and colleagues from A3, and all the online viewers. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Dr. Manoj Modi, who could not be here. Dr. Manoj Modi is the person who is coordinating the DBT, Department of Biotechnology program, especially on this particular program. And I bring greetings from him as well as from A3 Bangalore. And good morning to all of you. And I'm happy that most of you could make it in person here, though there were a number of participants and we could not select all of them because of the limitation because of the pandemic. I would like to just briefly tell you about this entire project on bioresources and sustainable livelihoods in Northeast India. This particular project has been funded by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and a number of institutes from the Northeast India are part of this program. And this is the network program where about 12 main institutes are involved. Apart from that, a number of smaller institutes and colleges are involved in this documentation of bioresources of Northeast India. So this particular program is actually having 5 different components. The first component is on mapping the bioresources of Northeast India. So in this, the first component, what all these institutes are doing is actually mapping the bioresources, and this bioresources is actually for selected taxa, and this includes plants, insects, as well as mollusk resources. And in this, both spatial and temporal mapping of bioresources of the entire Northeast India, including Sikkim and Darjeeling areas, is being carried out. So that's the first component of where we are actually mapping the bioresources. The second component is on looking at the integrative taxonomic approaches for some of the taxa which are having taxonomic problems or those which are understudied. So in those species, we are actually doing integrative taxonomic approaches to discover new species and to also bring to light some of the species that are lesser known. Okay, so the third component of this entire program is about economic potential of bioresources. So where a number of institutes are also involved in trying to see how lesser known bioresources are given value and actually done marketing, including using bioresources for ecotourism. Okay, so that's the third component. The fourth component is on this particular component on sustainable livelihoods. In the sustainable livelihood program, we are again using bioresources for sustainable livelihood, where we are not only using insect resources, but also a number of plant resources for and using them for sustainable harvesting. You're teaching them how to do sustainable harvesting from the wild, and also developing methods for cultivation or rearing of insects, as this component is involved in. The fifth component, which is the main component, which is actually organizing this program, is on outreach program. Okay, and this outreach program looks at actually bringing whatever is learned from the first 4 components to the public. And this fifth component organizes outreach programs, training programs, workshops, and other social media events to bring to light the entire bioresources of Northeast India to the students, to the general public, to stakeholders, and to a number of other stakeholders involved in bioresources development. So these are the 5 different components of this program, and all these programs are actually coordinated by A3 in Bangalore and with a number of institutes across the country, though a large number of the institutes are actually present in the Northeast India itself. So with that, I would again like to thank the staff and students of Kohima Science College for helping us organize this particular program. In fact, we have actually conducted a number of workshops and training programs in the last 3 years, about 20 of them. And this is the first time we were actually doing it in Kohima in Nagaland. And I'm very happy that we were able to do it. And this is the first event this year that we've been able to do it not just online, but in offline. And the last 1 year, we have actually conducted most of them online. And we feel there is a disconnect between us and the people when we do the offline program. And I'm very happy that we were able to do it online, and I'm happy that so many of you could take part, though we had no more people whom we actually would have liked to, but because of other limitations we could not have them here. And some of them are I'm happy that some of them are also joining us online, and I'm sure if they have any issues of network, we will be happy to share the recorded program, and we can share those events that they missed, the recorded versions of that. And thank you again for all of you for participating in this program. And I encourage all the participants to be quite interactive, and it's not just one-way sharing of ideas and resources. And as Dr. Priyan already mentioned, this is a two-way process. We learn a lot from all of you, and we hope that you will make the best use of the time available here, and not only learn more, but also help us also give us more information about these insect resources, so that it will help us to organize better workshops in the future. Thank you again. Thank you for all, and thank you all the people in the desk.
Thank you, Dr. G. Ravikant. Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Peter Yantan, the Additional Director of Agriculture, Respected Dr. Lily Sema, the principal of Kohima Science College, Dr. Briyadar Tharma Rajan, the senior fellow at RI Bangalore, and our most valuable invited guest, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to offer my vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of EDRI and the entire organization team, would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Sri C. Peter Yantan, the Additional Director of Agriculture, Nagaland. Sir, thank you for your presence. Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule, and thank you for inaugurating the two-day workshop on the edible insects for sustainable livelihood. Your presence and your great words has inspired us. I would also like to express our gratitude to Dr. Lily Sima, the principal of Kohima Science College, for providing encouragement through the presidential address. I would also thank Sir Zesevitio Ankami, the HOD of the Department of Zoology, Kohima Science College, for your warm welcome speech. We're grateful to Dr. Priya Darsanan Tharma Rajan, the Senior Fellow at RI Bangalore, for giving excellent coverage on the introduction to the workshop. We also thank Dr. Ravi Kant for the felicitation. Our sincere gratitude goes to all the resource persons who are here to share their valuable knowledge on various topics and to enlighten us. And we also extend our gratitude to Kohima Science College and the Department of Zoology for collaborating with EDRI to conduct this workshop in the college. I would also like to thank all the research scholars, the students, the delegates from various states and villages in Nagaland for coming, and your participation is greatly appreciated. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank the teaching and the non-teaching staff of the Department of Zoology and all the people who have worked hard and are still working hard behind the scene to execute this event, our technical arrangement team, the students and the volunteers. Thank you all very much for joining this event, and let us all look forward to enrich our knowledge and learn in this 2 days workshop. Thank you.
Yeah. I would request all of you to join us for a group photograph before all the chief guests leave. And after that, please join us for high tea. Yeah.
starting with the second session, the interactive session. So I request all the participants and the delegates to assemble in the conference hall.
Okay, welcome back to the next session, that is interactive session. So the this session entitled this insects for sustainability. So I call upon this Dr. Priyan to chair this session.
Once again, good morning to all. Usually, whatever the seminars we organize or the workshop we organize is very monotonous, a little boring. Scientists are notorious for their boring jargons. They come and talk the science in a language which others cannot easily understand. For this workshop, we have different resource people. We have many interesting speakers. For this first session, we have two well-known chefs, one Chef Joel and Chef Anjunga Jamil. About 2 years back, myself and my colleague checked into a homestay in Dimapur. And the homestay owner, when she came to know that we are working on edible insects, she said, in that case, you should meet Chef Joel. After some time, Chef Joel came to meet us. It was a meeting which we can never forget. That time we departed stating that we'll meet. He was planning to come to down south the next month. That time we'll meet, but somehow that meeting didn't happen. What makes Chef Joel different is rather than trying to promote the well-known continental and other types of dishes, he's trying to promote local foods, local dishes, local recipes. Chef Joel Basmati has his degree in hospitality and management from Thames Valley University and from International Institute of Hotel Management in Kolkata. He has several years of experience in food and hospitality industry, and at present, he owns and runs a restaurant called Smoky Joe's in Dimapur. Chef Joel, last time when we met, I think your restaurant was you were about to start the restaurant. Maybe this time when I transit Dimapur, definitely I want to visit your restaurant. And Chef Joel tries to bring forward various local products like millets, corns, etc., which are grown locally, and he creates authentic Naga flavors using his expertise and creativity. Chef Joel is our first speaker. I invite Chef Joel to give his talk.
Hello. I think I should just stand and speak because I have to look at the board as well. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, sir, for letting us come and be a part of the program today. And I'm not much of a good speaker, but when it comes to cooking, you can let me cook anything. So the thing that I wanted to tell you before I start the presentation is a little bit about the mistake that sir has made. Is that I had a restaurant, but I shut it down 3 years ago, and then I've been running a food processing unit where we produce local sauces. So when I say sauces, people always say to me like, "Oh, sausages," but no, it's sauce. So and then thanks for letting me bug you because we are talking about insects. And insects is something which is very much essential in our day-to-day life because the sustenance of us through the insects that we eat is very essential. And we've been doing, it's been 8 years, and uh, I got to fall in love with insects when in the year 2013 when I was doing consultant for Nesfas, which is based in Shillong. So it's a profitable organization called Northeast Slow Food Agrobiodiversity Society, and I've been doing consultancy as a chef for them for the past 8 years. So we do a lot of nutritional developments. We do a lot of midday meal programs for the uh, cooks of the school so that they can provide a good sustainable food for the children's. So once again, thanks for letting me bug you. Can I go to the next slide? So insects and weeds in the northeast of India. Next slide. So now comes the naga bug. The role of the wild edibles. The role of the wild edibles is very important because there's so much of nutritional value when it comes to eating the insects. But then it's a very different conception when it comes to insects. People always think ew, or there is a word that comes and an exclamation that comes, which is ew. I don't like insects, ew. But the thing is that it's your own choice what you do with it. But then we've been trying to work with using insects in our cooking process as well. So and as I was telling, the amount of nutritional value that the insects gives uh, to our body is much more than consuming beef or pork or anything. As a matter of fact, the amount of nutritional value that that is iron, magnesium, and all the stuff that are there in the properties of the insects, that that is very essential for our body in terms of sustaining us. And then as sir has already mentioned, that we're trying to develop ways of making an insects beautiful on a plate. So we try to use a lot of insects like carpenter's worm, silkworm, bee larva, and then water beetle, sting, stinking, stinking bee, sting bugs. So sting bugs is very, it's a very acquired taste. So most of the insects that we use in our culinary, it's very, it's a very difficult thing for us when we work with insects, because it's very new for us as well. But then we try to mix and match, and so there is I think uh, even in the local perspective, we use the sting bug to make a chutney out of it. And then it's a very acquired taste, whether some people like it, some people do not like it. So it's a matter of the palate and the taste and everything. And then so we've been trying to develop. And then also like when we give the insects, so we had a workshop for the same thing that we are talking. We had a workshop in the year 2015, which was called ITM, International Terra Madre. So it's an it's a biennial event which happens for Slow Food International, which is based in Italy, Bra. And then they are also doing a lot with preserving and also finding ways to incorporate insects in the meal, and also sustainability of the insects as well. Next. And before I go into this slide, uh, last month I went to a village. I went to a village called Isimyong. It's in Mokokchung, and from Mokokchung it's 30 kilometers from Mokokchung. So we went to the village and we met a bee farmer who is doing rearing of bees for fourth generation. And then he has been doing bee farming since 1974, and he's still there today. And then we got to know, so meeting a learned farmer who is into bees and everything, we get to learn a lot. So hopefully we can do some work with him, and also try to find research and do all the stuff. But the stories that he was mentioning was very interesting for us. And then we are thinking of doing a documentation, because when it comes to preserving, and also bees are something which are, I think it's there's a slogan which go, save the bee, save the world. So there is also this slogan that is being used quite predominantly, because it's the bees who helps with the pollination. And as a layman, we are cutting down trees, we are cutting down flowers. So most of the bees sustenance is through those flowers. So we are also trying to develop ways where we can encourage, and we're also trying to do ways where we can do plantation of flowers for helping the bees in the long run. So that's it. And then the consumer perceptions. So as I said earlier, consumer perceptions is that when we put anything on the plate, the exclamation word is that "ew" comes. But I said, like, I have a friend who was telling me like "ew," but then the thing is that you have to be very open-minded, and then it's not everybody's cup of tea, because there are uh, we have come across, when we were doing workshops, we have come across people who are allergic to worms and insects as well. So we had the misfortune of two people getting swollen up with the eating of insects and all. So these are the means, it's the biological thing that happens in our body that reacts with all those things. So, and the change in diets. So change in diets, like there are lots of things where we and then so the concept of the insects with the young generation now is that most of the younger generation at the moment, they are into fast food, they are into junk foods, and then there is so much of cases of sickness that are coming through all those things. And like I said, insects, they provide us with nutrients. And I think I was doing my study with the insects, and I found out the amount of protein and the nutrition that uh, 10 grams of insects gives in your body, that if you consume 8 kg of beef or pork, it would give that. So that's the thing. Next. So the solution to the problem of uh, working with insects is to have a cooking academy where we can do experimentations with different kinds of flavor. And also uh, I've been using a lot of carpenter's worm in my cooking process. So what we do is, and right now I'm doing some experimentation with vodka based alcohol, which I have infused that with carpenter's worm, and I'm trying to find out whether the carpenter's worm flavor would be imparted into the vodka. And then, because this kind of ideas, I have with me a bottle of Mexican vodka which is infused with scorpion. So if that is possible, why not this? And then the carpenter's worm flavor profile, as I had even in interviews that I've given, I've told like it's the s- it's the saffron of insects, because the smell. And then I think a lot of in Angami, I think there are lots of Angamis as well over here. So Angamis, they really like kelu a lot. Even my wife doesn't. And now, like the cost of the bug is so expensive, like 8 to 10,000 a kilo. And then the nutrients. So basically, the carpenter's worm are found from the in the jungle, which is oak tree. And then all the nutrients that are there in the oak tree, the insects extracts all that nutrients into their body. And then there is a certain time when the cultivation of the insects can happen. Otherwise it doesn't become juicy, and it doesn't get all the flavors into it. So there is a certain month, like I think it's in the month of, if I'm mistaken or not mistaken, but I think it's in the month of October, November, that harvesting takes place for the carpenter's worm. So, and then we are also trying to, so the flavor development comes with infusing the vodka alcohol base, which is 42% with the carpenter swarm, so that the essence of the fluid that the insects has taken from the oak tree goes into the vodka. So we are also trying to do that. I'll try definitely give sir to have a sample of it, so that if whether it's successful or not. Next. So I think I've taken a lot of your time. So thanks for letting me bug you. And if there is any questions, you can ask. Yeah, it's still in the preparation. So I've put the five carpenter swan pieces into the vodka solution, and then basically I put, since Bangladesh is a dry state and we don't have alcohol, so I put, just for experimentation purpose, I got small vodka. Yes, normal temperature. Then I put the five insects and I left it for 4 months. But it's really imparting that flavor profile of that insect into the vodka. So we'll serve the vodka, not both. But we can do both ways. So that can, yes. So we also, there are both ways of trying it. The vodka also can be done, the insects also can be done, incorporating it into dishes, because all the vodka, all the alcohol that is there, it has gone into the insects. No, it's not yet done. No. So I've kept it and it's still there. So once it's done, I'll be doing it. Pardon? So in the villages, productivity of this one. So it's found in the jungle only. So production is something where yes, so it's very scarce nowadays. We don't get much of the carpenter from anymore. So it's very hard to get them. I think I think the worms are found only in, mostly in oak trees.
I think I should respond to this. In fact, when we started the survey here, it was a major concern to us too. These carpenter worms and other wood boring larvae are one of the favorite food for the people here, and it is not it's not possible to rear them because they have to depend on the live or dead trees. So is it going to be what's going to be the impact of that on the forest trees, the host trees? Because to collect that worm, usually they have to cut down the tree. So many oak trees are cut, many other host trees are cut. Is it going to impact the population of the trees? So this is where the question of sustainability and conservation comes in. The people here is consuming carpenter worms and woodworms for a long time, for several generations. But still we have the host trees. Then we try to ask the same question in a different way. If people don't harvest these woodworms, what could be the population of the woodworm or the cerambycid beetles. So it's a forest pest. It's a pest on the tree. So we should also consider this as a natural or biocontrol method adopted by the community. That's why even today we have sufficient number of the host trees in the forest. But when that is coming to the question of sustainability, now people like me also start liking woodworms. And Chef Joel wants to market the vodka with woodworms. So people outside will also start preferring woodworms. That is going to bring in a new market. But the technology of harvesting does only with the people of Northeast. So they will be sort of forced to tend to harvest more. When there is an outside market, people will harvest more. So that can be a question on the sustainability of the practice. More host trees will be cut. They don't wait for the insect to, the larvae to reach the final stages of the instars. So that's going to affect the population also. So that is where we have to find sustainability of the practice. So for entomophagy, I don't think I cannot recommend an enterprise with the woodworm because it is not possible to rear them.
I think most of the villagers, they are doing that. They're also growing the planting the oak trees, but also at the same time they are those oak trees which are matured enough, and then extraction can happen. That takes place. So that's where the sustainability of both the things comes into practices. We are also looking at prospects. No? I know Nagaland is a dry state, but the thing is that with experimentation, we always have to, of course, there are liabilities associated with it. But then this is an experimental stages that we are doing, and the inspiration for that experimentation came with the vodka, the scorpion infused with vodka. Then I when I was abroad in London. A friend of mine, he gifted me uh, a bottle of same vodka, which was infused with cobra head, whole cobra inside. And I think most of it is used in Bangkok. They have lines and lines of insects infused alcohol based product, and people people look it as a souvenir, not as a thing, not as an alcohol thing, but it's just a showpiece that they do. So like the similar scorpion that I have, I've had it for 2 years, but I didn't drink that, but it's a showpiece that I have. So, and then marketability for, because it's a unique product, and always like if there is something new in the market, we always like to go and, oh, it's something rare, I should take this and show it to my friends. So those are the things that comes into practices. So the aroma of just one carpenter swarm is very strong, because when you eat that carpenter swarm, it revolves around your mouth, and then you get a different kind of flavor profile when you have the insects. And then there are different ways of making the insects also. Some is like we put it in lukewarm water, then we wash it thoroughly, and then we put it in uh, oil and fry it, so that becomes, the outer layer becomes crispy, and the inside doesn't remain much. But when we use the different process of making the insects, uh, there is more meat inside, and then even the texture is also there of the outer body. And then with your question, I have infused the insects with 500 ml, yeah, half liter of vodka, because the essence is so strong that I think five insects is enough.
And so these insects are those. I think that's right. Okay, so these insects, they are brought from the jungle where they feed on oak trees, I believe, right? Oak leaves, trees, woodworm. So, by in any chance, these insects would also ingest any kind of chemicals from the oak trees, and when you put that into alcohol, wouldn't that come out into the alcohol? Those chemicals which are there on the trees. And so, would you then tell, is it safe to drink?
Woodworms are safe to eat. It's widely consumed. It's a favorite recipe.
Okay,
It's sold in many markets in the Kohima and elsewhere.
okay,
So it is safe to consume
as
uh,
such.
as such. So it is safe to be in, as part of the alcohol also,
Oh,
or it is safer in the alcohol.
Because there is no toxin
Yeah.
okay,
which is there in the worm, so that's why it's sold in the markets as well.
okay,
So that's why I think it's safe to do experimentation, because it's edible insects.
okay. Thank you.
So today now we start dreaming about vodka with the uh, woodworms preserved in it. If Mexico has mezcal with the worms, or Laos has snake wines or scorpion wines, why can't we have woodworm wines or woodworm vodka? But thinking about the cost of the woodworm, already alcohol is very expensive. So not just about alcohol, all insects are very expensive here when compared to other food materials. So it's a request to both Chef Joel and Chef Anjungula that we should try to develop methods to make insect food more affordable to common. We're all enrolled by the talk by Joel. Thanks a lot, Chef Joel. Our next speaker is Chef Helen Jugla Jamir. She's a passionate chef who has opened the Naga Box Express, a Naga Bowl Express, to give a platform for Naga home cooks to express their clients. She's also she's also passionate about teaching and administration, and also with a demonstrated history in working in hospitality industry. She is skilled in operational management, training and placement, customer service, restaurant marketing. In short, if we have Chef Njungla in our side, we can run a five-star hotel all by ourselves if we have some money to run one. Welcome, Chef Njungla.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Morning, afternoon, I think it's still morning. Hi, I'm Alam Jungla Jamir, as Sir has introduced. Thank you so much for inviting me. And when I was contacted to, come and speak in a workshop on edible insects for sustainable livelihood, I was not very sure because this is not my, you know, I'm not a scholar, I'm not a researcher because here the audience present here, most of you are, have your doctorate in this course of study, and also like many researchers are here. But then when Sir told me to just speak on anything that I want to speak, so I just thought, okay, how about insects as food? So I'm Alam Jungla Jamir, working with the hospitality industry for the last past 17 years, and I have worked in different hotels, not as a chef. I have worked in different hotels in different departments, and I returned back to Nagaland in the year 2008, and I taught in a hotel management college as faculty in charge for hotel management for 11 years. I left the job not because I don't, want to teach like that, but uh, I'm very passionate about preserving and promoting Naga food. So when I was teaching, I could not give my time to do that. So I left my teaching job and I opened a restaurant called Naga Bowl Express, which is in Dimapur. And it's been 2 years now. And I'm very happy to let you know that last year we received an award from the most prominent hospitality award as the best Naga restaurant in Nagaland. So that is like it's a new project for me, like running a restaurant, keeping in mind to promote and preserve Naga food. So insect is part of our food for many years, many generations. So please, if you ask me any technical question, I may not know because yesterday or a few days, I do not even know what is the term that you use for eating insect and like tongue twister. So my friend told me, please stop trying to pronounce this right, otherwise you will forget what you are going to speak. So, all right. So, insects as food. What are my thoughts on edible insects? Know the difference? I mean, what are my thoughts? Insects for Nagas, do we need convincing that insects are edible? Because this is what people are doing in the Western world, in Europe, in America. People are educating them that we should eat insects because insects will be the future food for many reasons, which I think you will be discussing in the next session. So, what are my thoughts? Childhood memories. I grew up in a village in Mugukchung district called Mopung Chukit. So, being a village girl, I have fond memories of insects. So, you know this flying termite. We did not. I did not know the name, but when I was asked to talk about insect, the first thing that came to my mind was this insect. When we were like during our childhood, this insect it comes out in the evening during sunset time. So we used to take a small bucket, go to the forest, not very far, but near your house, and then you will catch those insects, bring it home, roast in the fire, make chutney, or just I don't know if any of you have eaten this insect because it's very yummy. And here we are not talking about cutting down of trees because it just comes from the under the ground. So that was the thing that came to my mind, and I fondly remember how distant it was. And now that we are staying in like Dimapur or Kohima, we hardly see like this insect. I mean, available in the market, but the memories of going to the forest and collecting it yourself, bringing it home, cooking it, and eating it is like such a fond memory for me. Now, my perspective on why chicken is here, pork is here. Since I'm running a restaurant, I want to just talk about my perspective here. Chicken is 250 per kilo, pork is 300. You go to the market in any N6, of course, we were talking about how expensive it is. It was, I'm just writing it 1,000 because we don't get it in kilos, but you get in a like small, you know, bowl for 200 rupees, 300 rupees. And this is crickets. So why I'm showing this because in my restaurant I don't have insects in the menu, but I prepare when there is order from people who would like to order from us. So a kilo of chicken will give me 4 portion of that finished product. Let's say chili chicken, and I get 800 rupees. Okay, my restaurant is very affordable. Even students can come. And a pork also give me 4 portion, and it gives me 880 rupees. And this crickets, since when you see insects, we don't eat like meat, no, like big pieces. Just a small amount is enough. So it gives me 10 portion, and I get around 2,000 rupees. So what I'm trying to tell you is that even though it may be expensive, I'm talking in terms of running a restaurant. You will, get your money back even if you spend more amount in purchasing this. Interested for more? I mean, I'll just show some. Okay. Now, what is beef innards? Some people may not know, but since we are like here in Nagaland, we are talking about Naga food. So this is one of our delicacies. 200 per kg. If you buy fish, 180. If you buy silkworm, I'm just talking about Dimapur. Just recently, I have purchased it for 700 per kilo. Now, so the outcome that you get like is 600, 1,000, now 1,500. Why I have put this in the slide is that insects are very easy to cook. You may think that, oh, you are getting more money by selling beef innards, but you're not thinking of how time consuming it is to clean it, to cook it, and to sell it in the market. If for you it takes 1 hour to cook pork, for insects it will just take 20 minutes for you to cook. So it's easier for us to prepare, as in when you receive the order, just cook and give. But like a dish like fish or like naga beef innards, it takes time for you to cook, so you cannot I mean, it takes more time and more resources. That means your expenditure increases. Now, uh, do we need more convincing that even no, do you have insects as food? many of the youngsters may not, may not have tasted or may not like insects, but insects are a very good source of protein, vitamins, whatever. Like that will, I think, you will cover later on. It is a very good source of for earning resources. Me as an entrepreneur, I'm just sharing with you. I'm just sharing like how you get from the market, you prepare and you sell it in to your customer. So the good news is insects are alternate source of meat. If you are rearing chicken or you know cows, they have some kind of like sickness sometimes. Like when you have swine flu or when you have all this, bird flu, chicken not available in the market. But so far, I have not come across like some disease that is affecting the insect. So, or when those things are not available, you can use insects as a good source of, as a source of meat. It is very versatile. Now, versatile in the sense, insect can be used as the main course because we are talking in terms of hotelier. It can be a starter, it can be in the main course. You can make chutney, you can use it as a side dish, like when you cook a complete meal in Naga thali. Let's say you have your rice, you have your gravy, you have your chutney, you have your boil, and some meat items. So insect can be used to prepare as a starter, main course, side dish, or you can even use as in powdered forms, which in the Western world you get ready-made, like chips, like the way you eat a packet of chips, crickets, all those insects are available in uh, Western world, and it will be very good for us, even if in Nagaland, if we get enough of these insects and we can make our own, chips or sort of some some indigenous items if we can prepare and if we can make it easily available in the market. Number 3 is nutritious. It has lots of nutrients, and I think you know more than me, so it's very nutritious and it's locally available. We are not talking about, if I have to make one Thai curry in my restaurant, because in my restaurant we have some pan Asian food, you have to there are certain product which is not available here locally, or if it is not, sometimes it's not even available in metro cities. So you have to import this product, of course, through shopping online, certain ingredients. But it is not that also, because insects for us, it's readily available in the market. May not be in huge quantity, but it is available. Minimal efforts and cost, of course, rearing of insect. If you see the life cycle of a chicken or a cow or a pig, at least it takes 1 year. I mean, chicken 7-8 months, for a pig, for a cow, but for insects, uh, it doesn't take much time, and also it doesn't take much of space to rear those insects if you want to rear, and also. Uh, the efforts in rearing insects is less as compared to other livestock. Widespread demand. Other district or states I don't know, or other countries I don't know, but in Nagaland, insects are in huge demand. So if you are invited for a, let's say, a party or a get together, if the person who has invited you, if he is of, let's say, he is rich, he has lots of money, you will find some kind of insect in the menu, because as I said, not everyone can afford it. The insects are expensive here. Sustainable. Insects are sustainable because they are just naturally available. Employment opportunities, okay. If you're rearing insect like bee or silkworm or any kind of insect, that will give you employment opportunities. But For me, what is important is the top four from my point of view as a restaurateur, as a chef. This 4 point is the most important one. So, what are the issues? Why don't I have insects in my menu? It's not that people will not buy. People will definitely come. I think more people will come if they know that, oh, Nagaball Express have insects in the menu. But why I don't have in the menu? But it's since it's seasonal, and I try to keep like specials of the day in the menu because it's seasonal. Why it is seasonal? It is like available in the nature, so it's seasonal. But what if people like scholars, researchers like you come up with ideas in where you can rear it at home and make it available all throughout the year? Or then that will be a very good for us. Limited scale, of course, it's available, but as of now, people are rearing silkworm in peas, but the other insects I have not come across. You have, I'm sure you may have seen it in the YouTube or like in the Western world, they're rearing crickets, like an industrial form, you know. So that's why it's available, like as chips or in their protein powder or in even in, you know, I mean, like since they're like much advanced than us, they are rearing it at home or they're rearing it commercially. But for us right now, it is very limited. High costs. Why it is expensive? Because the supply is very less as compared to the demand. And also, it is difficult to get it because you have to go to the jungle, search for your natural habitat, and get it, bring it home. And since it is expensive, niche market, not everyone can afford to have insects, or not everyone can afford to have, go and get the hornet from the market and eat it, because some it's like when you go and ask from the market how much is this, goes you say 5,000. It's like 5,000 I can have like proper meal for the whole family and a fine dining restaurant in Nagaland with 5,000. So I think like that if I have to buy, but now if I have to sell that in the restaurant, then that's a different thing, because since it's expensive, it's costly, even the price will be expensive. Okay, but not everyone can afford to have the insect. So as I have mentioned earlier, I will not go into technical terms or this, but just from my perspective, what is insect as a restaurateur, as a chef, what we can do about it. So that's the thing. And now it's all like insects. Of course, I got this photo from the internet. The opportunities are limited to the skies, lanes, and rivers. Insects is available like in the air, in the water, in the jungle, under the earth. So, uh, what if we can come up with sustainability of how to harvest it, how to rear it at home or industrially? Because when you think about it, uh, the land mass, or to rear any type of protein like chicken, pork, cows, or anything, it occupies a lot of space. So 10, 20, 30 years from now, we are not very sure, right, how the earth is going to be, like the water, or like scarcity of water, scarcity of land mass. So maybe if we can come up with the idea after thorough study of how to rear those insects, those edible insects, then it will be a very great thing. And if anyone in Nagaland, if people can come up with rearing of any insect apart from silkworm in bees, then don't hesitate, because there will be lots of people who are willing to buy that product from you. Thank you.
be a chef as well as you can, do all these things processing. Why don't you innovate some idea how to increase that, I mean, demand as well as supply? Like no, you have suppose these decisions you have, you are supposed to, you want to sell suppose 30 kgs of this insect. So why don't you make some kilo so that you can get it? You can invest some money, let the people do for you, and buy it. So as you say, the seasonal, then it can be seasonal. Then again, you can say something like that, processing. The same thing can process. You can lifetime will increase, livability will increase. Those was available season, it can be next time after off season you can sell it. If you process something like that, any processing things. I think being a chef and doing all these things, I think you can innovate some ideas because it is a from practical point of view. Your idea will be helpful for others, us also who are doing in this line.
Thank you very much for the question. I have been in the hospitality industry for 15 years and we cook, we serve, we do all that. But this was the first time I got to learn about. I mean, we eat, cook in the market, but never thought like, okay, So thank you so much for inviting me to speak because I spent some time, learning about the insect and mm, that's a very good idea. Yes, we are mostly into the production part. So, uh, your suggestion is very good, but how about I encourage or if like since you are studying about this, if you can come up with something where you can, instead of me rearing it, like if you can rear and make it available in the market, we will generalize to the the outside state or the nationally, internationally. We will be promoting on how to eat those insects. And if someone can come up with how to rear it, mass production, then that will be a very good idea because insects, I mean, I don't know how many of you ate insects, but I love insects and it's very tasty, isn't it? Yeah, it's very tasty. So let us do the job of promoting and selling it to the other or making it into, other pie products. And if you can make us available for us to buy. Yes, yes. You must visit my restaurant when you go back this time. I mean, you may not get insect because, as I said, it's seasonal, so it's not available. But we, give authentic. You will not get the imli chutney, but you will get Raja Merja chutney. That's right. But I would prefer to, come up locally. Yeah, locally because we want to promote Naga food. So insect is part and parcel of Naga food. Yes, you are also right. We can like buy from Amazon, but it will be very good if all of us can come up with, like, if we all work together and come up with something where we can make it available all throughout the year.
What will be the actual price of crickets per kg?
Okay, KJ.
Per kg.
One small cup is like 200 rupees crickets. So just assuming it will be somewhere 4 to 5,000. Oh, you are rearing. Oh, okay. Ah, okay.
That case, then I think we can do a good business.
So, good. You're based in Kohima. Ah, okay. Manipur. Do people eat insects in Manipur? Are they very fond of insects? Everyone is eating. Good, good. Because you can make good salads. just sprinkle the fried crickets on top, and it tastes yummy. Yes, there's no, like, even the municipal cannot fix the price for insects. They can fix price for any product in the market, but for insects, it's like it's free. You can charge, you can charge whatever you want.
I have a small question to both of you. During
right now, more affordable one is silkworm because that is we rear it at home, so easily available. I mean, not very easy, but so far silkworm is what people. It is not in the menu, sir, but friends, people who knows that I'm a chef, like, oh, I have friends coming from outside. Can you please cook 2 3 Naga delicacies? So snail, I go for snail, silkworm because it's available in the market. But other insects, I cannot guarantee them that it is available. So silkworm, I think, is the easily available insects right now. Dehydration, I think that can be done because what we do is we buy the insects and we fry them or we cook in Naga style. We are into the production part, like for consumption, not into preservation right now. But I think that also can be dehydrated. It can be done. Yes, yes. So that is what other countries are doing. They are making it into powder. They are easily available as chips. Like we buying a packet of chips. So uh, uh, but drying in the sun is also a way of dehydration. Yeah, it's slow process, but the natural dehydrator is drying in the sun. Dehydrator because yeah, it just take few minutes to dehydrate. Yes, yes. So are you doing that? No. Okay, okay. Good, good.
Small mementos there.
Okay, so we'll end up this session, and then I thank our Mr. Priyank to as chairman, and then the two speakers. So here, before we continue with the next session, uh, the organizer would like to thank and then appreciate these our two speakers. So I call upon our HOD, Mr. Jesse Video, to hand over this the token. So Mr. Joel, kindly accept our. Then Miss Alim Jumla.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next thing. This is lunch break. Okay, so we'll come back here at 1 p.m. for the next session.
So lunch is arranged.
Yeah, yeah. lunch is ready. Okay, you can move on to the next room.
We are back for the first technical session. This is one of the most challenging and also very, very happy moment for many of us because we are full. Challenging because we'll have to struggle to keep our eyes open for the next 45 minutes. So I welcome you back to this technical session. We have the topic titled Rearing Grasshoppers. The session will be chaired by Professor Kakati. He is an established academician. He's a professor, former head of the Department of Zoology, Nagaland University. He has already produced 5 PhD scholars under him. One has already submitted. 3 are still working with him. And myself and Dr. Vetsalo happens to be his student. We were guided by him during our PhD. I don't know, for me, I don't know who tortured whom more during the 7 years stayed together in the university. So we are glad that he is here, and he has a gray hair now, and that is not for no reason. He is a very, very ardent researcher, and I'm sure we will learn a lot from him. So without wasting much time, I would like to welcome Professor Ellen Kakati to the stage and take over the session.
Thank you, Dr. Lilimsong. Who tortures whom, I don't know, but I am always after my student. And even I am after with him. He got PhD 2009. Still, I am after him because what are you doing now? Only teaching? Now he said, no, he's starting some project. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. I am outset, I express my gratitude and thanks to our 3 groups led by Dr. Peterson, and had the opportunity to interact with the people. It is a very interesting subject because I've been working on these edible insects. One student already submitted his thesis, another student is working on it. They are doing some documentation as well as rearing. So that's why this topic is very interesting, also rearing of grasshoppers. And I feel a pleasure and myself feel happy to share this session. This morning, in the first half, we had 2 speakers. They were through the talk. They also posed some challenge to us that yes, we can produce, we can promote it, we can feed the people, but we don't have proper supply. Every time we have to depend on the people. Things has to be brought from the market. Things has to be collected from the jungle. We have to cut trees. Then we get the materials. These sort of challenges both speakers given. And again, mentioned about seasonality. Sometimes we get in some seasons, sometimes not. But this session particularly, we have the opportunity. We have renowned scholars, academicians, researchers, who will teach us, who will let us know how we can rear grasshoppers. I don't know, he has been doing, but Nagaland, I don't know whether it is be done or not in large scale. I think he will give out some technique through which our future generations, those who are from Nagaland, they can start some, at least preparing some, rearing in large scale, so that the challenges or lacunae or, lacking which we have with these present entrepreneurs will be solved. So may I request Professor Amnan Das to come here and it's my pleasure also just to introduce Professor Das in front of you. Professor Das is a PhD from Bishop University, and he worked in acid biomass edibility. He did his postdoc from University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and University of Colorado, USA. He was a visiting scientist at Zoological Research Museum, Alexander Germany. He has published a lot of papers, was a subject expert and reviewer in entomology for several international journals. Currently, he is working as an associate professor in Department of Zoology, University of Calcutta. Now, he will enlighten us how we can go with the rearing of grasshoppers, and it will be followed by discussion. So, without taking much time, I just hand my mic to Professor Das. So you have till 1:30 you can speak, no problem. Then another 15 minutes for introduction. So you have question and answers.
Thank you.
Please.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Dr. Priyadarshan, A3 Bangalore, and his team who invited me to deliver this talk. I extend my thanks to Department of Zoology, the Kohima Science College, dear delegates, and dear students. Now, in the next 45 minutes or 30 minutes, I am going to present you how we can farm the grasshoppers. We all know about the grasshoppers, but let's see how we can farm these, or what kind of approaches we can take to farm these grasshoppers. We know the grasshoppers are the superorder from Acridoidea and the family Acridiidae. Before going to farming the grasshoppers, first take a quick look why we farm the insects. There are three major points on farming the insects. Number one, that is highly efficient in conversion of the range of waste substrates to the animal feed. Waste substrate to the animal feed. And emits the less carbon dioxide, requires less water, and requires less food for culture. And the third one is a natural product. Though some have some toxic effects, but still the grasshopper or the insects are less toxic than any other kind of meats. Then why farming grasshoppers? Among the insects, why we farm the grasshoppers? Grasshoppers have some very positive or potential quality. So we choose grasshoppers besides the other insects. You know, all over the world, there are mealworm, there are black soldier farms and crickets and all other animals that are commercially farmed. But why we choose the grasshoppers? Because the grasshoppers have several factors or potential factors so that we can choose the grasshoppers. Is a high reproductive potential. That means the geometric progression of the population. It can populate very rapidly and populate enormously in the shorter period of time and in shorter space. Is the rapid growth rate. Means rapid yield of biomass is the important thing. The raw product of insect farming is very important to commercialize a farm. You need recurrent
and steady supply of the raw biomass. It's very important. So the rapid growth rate is the favorable factor for the grasshoppers. The higher survivability rate, which means the minimal egg mortality and the minimal nymphal mortality. I will come in detail in the next my slides. And the gregariousness in habits. You know, the grasshoppers are gregarious. From solitarious, they turn into gregarious. So, for these gregariousness habits, they can survive in a smaller space. So, this is the potential character for the grasshoppers that we can form. And they required the common weeds for culture, as it is mostly the grasshoppers are polyphytophagous. So the common weeds are important, or the weeds are important to supply as their food. So we can use the common weeds, locally available weeds, or locally available grasses as their food. So being a polyphytophagous, we choose the grasshoppers. We can choose the grasshoppers. And mostly the multivodious is the multivoltine nature. It's the volatinism is another important factor. Many of the grasshoppers are multivoltine, and huge biomass production rate and easily to handle and require the minimum investment. So all these factors are important in favoring for grasshopper culture. Let's say about the pictures, what research are going on around the world. Unfortunately, less research on grasshopper farming. Only the documentations, the reviews, etc. and etc. So these documentations, reviews, in many parts of the world, especially in Southeast Asian countries, including India, the documentation and the reviews, papers are coming out, but no research work is coming out as much. So all the people here, they are harvested the grasshoppers from the wild, they are captured the grasshoppers from the wild, they document the diversity of edible insects from the wild, and they have some reviewed works that grasshoppers could be a food. Yes, we know this very well. Many years ago, we know it's very well. The grasshoppers can be a food, the insects can be a food. But how it can be possible? Only the wild catchment is not the solution. Through wild catchment, a commercial farm cannot be done. So we need farming. As I say, they are very highly potentials. They have highly reproductive potential, means their fecundity and fertility is very high. What about the fecundity and fertility? We know it very well. I'm not going to this. I'm just saying this. Who will be the next entrepreneurs or who will be the next farmers? They should know that the grasshoppers, they lay their or oviposited their egg pods. They not directly oviposit their eggs. They use or they oviposit the egg pods. In the egg pods, the eggs are there. The egg pods are like this kind of small round-shaped body or a conical-shaped body or a tube-like shaped body, which is covered with some frothy materials with sands and muds. And inside that sands and muds covering, the eggs are there. Fecundity of the grasshoppers varies. So it is very important what kind of species we have to choose for culture. It is very important thing that we cannot say all the insects are edible. All the insects can be cultured. All the grasshoppers can be cultured. We cannot say in one word. You cannot say. We have to choose the right species. We have to choose. It is very important to frame a culture process. So, you know, the fecundity, I cited a few species, that is Pathosternum, Oxyacrid, and Hieroglyphus. They have the several kind of fecundities. Means what a number of eggs are in egg pod there. The varies. The another thing is that egg incubation period, near about 30 to 60 days, depends on the species. And the egg incubation temperature is 35 to 43 degrees centigrade. Means you can incubate the eggs under sunlight, or you can incubate the eggs in incubators if you have. And the egg mortality is 5 to 12%. Egg mortality means that eggs that doesn't hatch out. It depends on species to species. It depends on temperature. It depends on the nematode attacks. You know, the grasshoppers lays their eggs on the sand, on the soil. So there are so many soil nematodes. They attack the eggs. I found in my research that so many nematodes are there. They attack the grasshopper eggs. Even though eggs are covered with some frothy material, they have a protective shield. Still, the eggs are attacked by some nematodes. Rapid nymphal growth and development means at what time we can produce the grasshoppers. This is the developmental time of the nymphs. You know, the grasshoppers have the 5 or 6 nymphal stages. In some species, they have 7 nymph instar stages. These nymphs are called stadia or stadia. In females, generally the nymphal stages are higher, 6 or 7, but in males, the nymphal stages are generally lower, 5 or more or less 5. So all the nymphal stages passes from one stage to another stage. It takes near about 7 to 12 days in an average. So what kind of nymphal developmental requirements or what kind of constraints are required to grow the grasshopper nymphs is the temperature is near about 35, near 24 to 25 degrees centigrade. That's the nymphal stages, where I told you earlier that the egg incubation period is near about 38 to 43 degrees centigrades. But here the nymphal growth rate is higher in case of under 24 to 25 degrees centigrade. But it also depends according to the species. And the relative humidity, you know, 60 to 70%. In all our environmental conditions, we have the 60 or 70% relative humidity. So this is not a very critical issue. And photo period, I tried in my experiments that we set different kind of photo periods to culture the grasshoppers. For example, under full dark condition, full light condition, 8-hour light and 6-hour light and 18-hour dark conditions, then 12-hour light and 12-hour dark condition. We found that 12-hour dark and 12-hour light condition is our. So this kind of photo period is ideal for grasshopper farming. And the next thing is the light intensities. If in dark light, even they have in the dark shades, the light intensity near about 50 lux. But in case under a bulb of 100-watt bulb, the lux may goes to 1000 lux to 1500 lux. So one bulb is sufficient for grasshopper farming. 100-watt bulb is sufficient for grasshopper farming. This is the common tricks that what I get in my research, that yes, they have some growth, there are some growth other factors or synergistic factors. Means all these factors, when we combine and culture the grasshoppers, we found different kind of results. But I am citing here specifically what kind of environmental constraints are required for culture the grasshoppers. You know, I heard in my earlier presenter that says that seasonality is a factor. Yes, seasonality is a factor. But if we can choose the proper species, in my earlier slides, we said the multivoltine species can be chosen. So seasonal factors can be omitted. If we choose the multivoltine species, that means they can breed throughout the year. They can breed throughout the season. There are some species that breeds throughout the seasons. I'll come in my next slides. So temperature, oviposition period, egg laying period, nymphal growth period, and the adult period is different in different seasons. So we have to keep in mind before culturing the grasshoppers what kind of species we have to choose or what blend of species we have to choose so that the nymphal rearing periods, growth periods, egg incubation period should not be overlapped, would not be overlapped, will not be overlapped. So, and the food, and I says that the food is an important thing because grasshoppers do not eat other kind of foods. They prefer the tender green leaves. Though they eat other food subjects, but they prefer the tender green leaves. The cyperus and the poaceae family of plants are important for their culture. They, under feeding on cyperus and poaceae plants, their growth rate grows higher than other plant groups. We did some choice tests and non-choice tests on grasshopper feeding preferences. We found that poaceae families, that is Cynodon, Dactylon, and then Cyperus, Killingia, are the most available grasses in our locality, you know, and these grasses, they consume these grasses voraciously. And the less nymphal mortality. What about the less nymphal mortality, and in what compared to less nymphal mortality? The less nymphal mortality means we have to select those grasshoppers who shows less nymphal mortality during the developmental time, because it is very important to get the biomass. Our target is the biomass, raw biomass. So if nymphal mortality grows higher, we will not get higher biomass. So less mortality, less nymphal mortality is important for culture. So selection of the species is important. You know, there are different constants. The nymphal growth was analyzed under 25 to 40 degrees centigrade, so like this. Yes. And we found different kind of growth, nymphal mortalities, different kind of photoperiods, different kind of in temperatures. We observed that species to species, their photoperiodic conditions, temperatures is different for their survival. Generally, the nymphs, there are 20 to 30% nymphal mortality, and in some species, in exceptional species, the nymphal mortality may goes to 70%. So we have to avoid those species, even though have a good high biomass. I mean, they have a good weight. We have to avoid those species because during our culture, we will not get that desired amount of biomass. So this is the factor that we have to keep our mind before culturing. And the hatching success is near about 65 to 75%. In my earlier slides, I showed that their egg mortality goes to 5 to 12%. But that means in the flip, the hatchability is 65 to 75%. So there is a gap. This gap, we do not know why some of the eggs do not hatches out. We have to research out why some eggs do not hatches out from their egg pods. Yes, we have identified some nematodes, but still we found in some egg pods the eggs do not hatches out. And the developmental period of the nymph, I mean the stadia 1 to stadia 6, stadia 1 to stadia 6, that is the instar 1 to instar 6, the whole nymphal period. It takes near about 40 to 120 days. So it's a huge range of days. So you have to know, you have to clear your idea what species you are going to culture, and then you have to harvest this adults or harvest the 5th or 6th nymphal stages if your desired nymphal stages are at the 5th or 16th stages. I will come that why we will not collect the 6th or 5th or 16th stages. We have to collect up only the adults. Gregarious seasonal habits. You know, the grasshoppers from solitary stage, they transform into gregarious stage. We know it is a different kind of subject. In 1991 and later in 2001, Stephen Simpson from Oxford University published one paper in Science that it showed how the solitary phase turns into gregarious phase. The biogenic amine, that is the serotonin and octapamine level, goes high through their tactile movement that goes high in their brain, and self-grooming occurs, and so they touches each other more, and so they are getting more gregarious. This is another science. So they have the gregariousness nature in their habit. Multivoltine species, I said, the species selection, what kind of species you have to select. Here I have cited some species that who are univoltine, who are bivoltine, who are multivoltine. You see, the Hydroglyphus and Melanopolis are the univoltine species. They lays eggs only in the year, in the winter seasons. The Hydroglyphus one is the major paddy pest in UP, in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, in West Bengal, in Assam too. And there are the bivoltine species, Acridia exultata, and the other species, and the multivoltine species, the Oxia and the Spathosternum prasiniferum. The Oxia, they have several species like the Oxia hyla, Oxia japonica, Oxia sinensis, Oxia fuscovitata. So there are several Oxia species. So these species are multivoltine. So before selection or before going to grasshopper farming, we have to select which species are multivoltine, because we will get higher biomass from the grasshoppers, from multivoltine species. Polyphytophagus, when we have examined what kind of food plants they devour, or what kind of food habits they have, or what is their choice taste and what is their no choice taste, we performed with several species of plants from different families, plant families, from including Poaceae and Cyperaceae. We found that the grasshoppers chooses most of the plants, but their efficiency or of approximate digestibility of the plants and the consumption index and the efficiency of conversion of digested food and efficiency of conversion of ingested food is different across the plants, across the food plants. So from these studies, we understood that the grasshoppers, selection of the grasshoppers as well as is important. And we have to select what kind of available fruit plants in our locality. So we have to use those fruit plants as their food. We use some artificial diets to grasshoppers. For example, we use some caseins, we eat some wheat dust or the oats, mixed up with some inositols. But we found that after some days they dies, or they migrated, or they switches over from that artificial food or that synthetic food to natural foods, that is the plants. So before going to farming, you have to keep that in your locality that food plants is available or not. Otherwise, your success, because the food plants requirement is a daily need. So diet mixing and its effects on the polyphagous grasshoppers and nix. Its diet mixing is very maybe they have a mixed diet preferences, but they still have a very specific. We do not say they are specialist. We do not say they are generalist. Yes, they are generalist. Generalist feeder, I mean. But before going to farming, we have to choose what kind of food plants available in your locality. And easy to handle. I cited this paper, 1921. Grasshopper farming is not a today's work. Not grasshopper. The knowledge of grasshopper farming is days before, is years before. This is the 1921 paper. The people use the grasshopper farming. Since then, we are innovating different kinds of approaches, but we could not succeed. In recent few decades, the insect farming or entomophagism has been encouraged throughout the world. So it is easy to handle than other insects. Someone says the hornets. Someone says the spiders or the scorpions. Someone says some from insects from Vesphidae. In comparison to those, these species are easily handled. And the nutrition. I'll come to this point in my tomorrow's talk. So they have tons of nutritions. I'll also come to these slides in tomorrow's talk. Just for a quick glance, we can say that the protein content in the different kind of foods, in different kind of insects, varies. And among these, and protein content is also varies, then the fat content also varies, and the energy content also varies. So among these diverse kinds of insects that are available in the Northeast and throughout the world, what species we have to choose, or what species we should choose? If you go for any kind of animals, you will find 14 to 15% of protein. So can it be formed? In case of orthopteras, if you see that the orthopteras, 61% of proteins they have, and 22% of fats, and near about 426 kilocalorie per 100 grams of body masses, they have the energy. So these grasshoppers or these acridiids are good enough for culturing. These are some laboratory-based farming in the grasshoppers. This work I did when I was a student. The first paper was published in Journal of Orthopteras Research. It was published in 1998. I completed my MSc in 1997. So in 1998, I published this paper, The Grasshopper Farming. And still then, last 20 years, I am working on it. Right now, but in recent past, honestly, in recent past, we have studied on 38 grasshopper species. On 38 grasshopper species. We reared the 38 grasshopper species. We have cultured the 38 grasshopper species and analyzed their different biological factors. Some of these factors I have described in my earlier slides. These species, many of these species you know, many of these species you do not know, many of the species may be available in Northeast or not. I am not going to this, but what I am telling to this, among these 31 species, should I go for this culturing of these 31 species? No. The answer is no. We have to select the species first. So for mass culture, the step one is requirement is the preparation and maintenance of the mother stock for egg production. When you will harvest the insects from the wild, you have to prepare your mother stock first, because in other seasons, quote unquote, the seasonal unavailability of the species, you cannot get the mother stocks, so you cannot get the egg pods, or you cannot get the eggs, or you cannot breed them in your insectarium. So keep it, or you have to maintain one mother stock. And the second one is the collection of the egg pods. When they will breed, then collect the egg pods. And the next one is the incubation of the eggs and to the fledgling stage. Fledgling stage is the adult stage, 0-day adult stage. When the sixth instant nymph just goes to adulthood, that is the fledgling stage. This nymphal developmental period, you have to culture this nymphal growth period in separate chambers. And then you have to transfer the adults into different chamber. Otherwise, in some species, cannibalism may occur. We find that if there is no enough food supply, they can eat their fellows. So you have to separate the adults from your nymphal rearing chambers. I will suggest you that the nymphal rearing stages, number 1, 2, and 3, culture the number 1, number 2, and number 3 nymphal stages in separate insectarium, and number 5 and 6 4, 5, and 6 in different insectarium, and then transfer the adults into another insectarium. So there should be 3 insect cages or for rearing one individual grasshopper. This should be keep in your mind while when you will try to rear or culture the grasshopper species. So adult rearing for breeding. This is the 4th one is the adult rearing and breeding. So in the adult rearing and adult rearing chambers, you will allow the adults for their copulations and the breeding success. So in the adult rearing chambers, you can use another kind of food plants because at that time in adult period, they can devour anything. But in nymphal periods, you have to take utmost caring. Otherwise, nymphal mortality goes to 70%. So nymphal rearing period is very important because it requires the tender leaves, only the desired tender leaves. When the advancement of the nymphal stages, you can use the other leaves or other food plants. Even in adults, you can use the other food plants. So quantification, estimation of the biomass and the quantitative and the qualitative test of the biomass are the next important steps for this rearing. This is the culture model. In this model, there are different kind of sets. The number 1 is the breeder sets. Number 1 is the production sets, the insect growth and the management chamber. And number 3 is the separation of separating the larvae from the larvae or the nymphal stages from the group of from the blend of different kind of larvae. You have to select or you have to separate the desired larvae number 1, 2, and 3. It may not be possible. It may not be possible in practice because you cannot pick up the nymphal stages, picking up the 1, 2, and first, second, and third in such stages. It is very difficult. But try to do this, otherwise your nymphal mortality will goes high. And the 4th one is the processing, making the proteins. And the processing is important because you have to remove the chitins if you get the good amount of protein or if you sell it to the market for higher prices. But sometimes it is also may not be possible, but you can de-winged or you can separate its legs. You can use the eggs, wings and the legs for other purposes, for insect flower. And use the insect body for your consumption. And the store it, you can store it in the air dry packet or nitrogen filled packet if you have, or you can store it in a packet, in a plastic packet. You can dry it in an oven. 48 hours required. I did not mention it here. 48 hours required for drying the grasshoppers. At what temperature? Near about 40 degrees centigrade. 38 to 40 degrees centigrade. You can dry the grasshoppers for 48 hours. Here is the projected one, that how much grasshoppers we can, through farming, how many grasshoppers we can get, or what amount of biomass we can get. Here we took the one pair, one male and one female. After we know that they oviposit their eggs according to their fecundity is 65. They lay in the eggs. In the egg pods they deposit eggs. The number of eggs is 65. So from these 65, according to the sex ratio, the male and female produces. According to their sex ratios, the male produces, and the male goes to, after nymphal mortality, it goes the male biomass. It is on first generation, and in the second generation, it again lays the eggs. After egg mortality, after nymphal mortality, you will get the desired biomass. In the In the third phase, you will get this desired amount of biomass. In the fourth phase, after deduction of all of this criteria, you will get this kind of amount of biomass. That is the number of individual number here we have mentioned. When we multiplied their average weight, we will get. Similarly, from females, we will get this one. I am not going this one. Okay. So this is the male biomass. After multiplying their weight biomass, we will get the male biomass, which is near about 93 kgs per year. Per year means who completes 4 generations per year, means who are by multiple time. That is Oxyus and Oxini families. Similarly, from females, we will get near about 320, 330 kgs biomass per year. So in a year, we will get near about 420 kgs of biomass. So what will you do with this biomass? If we go for feed formulation, well, that if we use the excess amount of protein in the feed, the animal can digest. If we feed for fishes, if we use feeds for fishes, if you use feeds for pet birds, for cat chow, anything for poultries, they cannot digest 10% of animal protein. Yes. I'll tell you. Just I am finishing my slides and then I will talk with you. Yes. This is another biomass production projections where we can get near about 4,665 kgs of biomass per year. So this is a different kind of species. So through these slides, I am just telling you that the biomass production per year is different according to the species. So species selection is important. Space requirement is another factor. Here in our laboratory, we have make this kind of insectaria, and we find that in this space, we analyzed 31 species of grasshoppers, and we found that the insects, that the species are all these 38 species in different density levels. That is density level 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. In density levels, we have tried what amount of species required for grasshopper farming. We found that density level 3, that is a different kind of density level. We have calculated this density level. This paper is under review now. And after that, when we increase the population, the grasshopper will die, or the mortality rate will goes higher. So mortality rate will goes higher. So we have to stick a certain amount of number in different and in a scheduled space. This is the important thing. This is our laboratory pictures that we have cultured grasshoppers. This is the insectarium inside the laboratory. Inside the insectarium, the Hieroglyphus venian in the other species. This is the mating. One female can copulate with 2 males. We have also found this one. And then another thing is that this is the other rearing chamber pictures that we are culturing in our laboratory in Calcutta. These are the egg pods. This is the egg pods of Oxia phascovitata. If you take a look, that you will find some small holes on the Oxia phascovitata egg pods. These are the egg pods, not the eggs. From that egg pod, that is from that holes they hatches out, and these are the separated eggs. These eggs are from Hieroglyphus venian. And these are the nymphal emerges, and there's a white exubi behind the larva. You can see that they are just shredding of this exubi, and they are emerges out from the sands. So we used a sterilized sand on some bottles and used the Poaceae and Cyperaceae food plants as their food in nymphal rearing stages. And you see the nymphs will come out, and we have to add water, or we have to keep the sand moist daily so the nymphs will come out and the egg mortality will be less. And these are the biomass. These biomass I produced in my laboratory. This is not harvested species. With these biomass we have produced. This is the species from Oxia fuscovitata. This is the species from Hieroglyphus. This is the species from Acrida exultata, and this is the species from Spathosternum prasiniferum. So these are the 4 species that we have cultured in our laboratory, and we have successfully cultured this this species in our laboratory, and we get this biomass. So proposed solution is that the substrate to the through grasshoppers farming, we can use that grasshoppers and we can analyze their nutritional values and all these kinds of other aspects like vitamin, minerals, etc. and etc. And we can use that grasshoppers into feed pellets through pelletizer machine, and we can use that pellets to some fishes as their feed. There are another thing is the life cycle analysis is very important for the species that I mentioned here. The breeding, growth rate, and the biomass production is very important. And here is the 2 factors, the regulation and the consumer perception. Is the another thing is that there are some laws in grasshoppers farming, and consumer perception is another thing. So do you want to business? Yes, you can do the business with grasshopper farming. Here the grasshopper farming that I already told you that through this grasshopper farming, we can get 3 kind of product, byproduct, and some other products. What kind of product we can get? We can product the grasshopper biomass as food and feed. We can farm their feces. We can gather their feces, their fecal matters, their feces, which is also very much nutritious. We can use that feces as biofertilizer to the croplands. So organic farming can also be boosted through this biofertilizer. And then another thing is that insect oil. We can extract the insect oil from their chitin or their body or their legs. And we can take the chitin from their exoskeleton. These are the other possibilities that we do not pay attention. So as like fish oil, the insect oil market is also very much popular day by day. So insect oil industry can also be grow up through grasshoppers culturing or insect culture. And the chitin is also an important good product for pharmaceuticals and the cosmetics industry. So chitin industry can also be possible through insect farming. So insect farming is kind of multifaceted options and multifaceted opportunities. Not only the grasshopper biomass, the chitins, the insect oil, the feces as biofertilizers can also be achieved. So this is my last slide. If you think to establish a small farm in your households, you have to keep in mind 4 costs like the overhead costs, variable cost, recurring cost, and infrastructural development costs. So if you have this the machineries, incubators, and the set up the environmental conditions, because recurring aeration is important, and light is also an important factor, as already said. So you have to pay the electricity bill every month. And some variable costs are there. There are some glasswares, plasticwares, and if you go for pelletizing the grasshoppers, you need to buy some grinder or pelletizer. And there are some recurring costs, labors and manpowers. If you do by yourself, so these costs you can avoid. But still, I think for gathering the food, I mean the grasses, you have to engage some labor. So labor cost is there, and some logistics, transportation costs. And the infrastructure, if you have your own land, if you have your own plant, then it is okay. So thank you. This is the thing that you can use or you can think about the grasshopper farming. There are a lot of opportunities in grasshopper farming. There are a lot of research opportunities in grasshopper farming because we have a lot of species. They have different kind of biological parameters. All the grasshoppers species are not same. So before going there, I will recommend all these aspirants or all the entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs or businessmen, that your species selection is very fundamental. So find out the species first, and we can discuss some of the experts or some of you can tally with some published papers, and then select the species. So, side by side, you have to select the grasses. Side by side, you have to you have to know the knowledge what kind of food plants are available in your locality. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Though we are short of time, it's almost 5 minutes past 1:45 minutes. But even then, I think it is very interesting. So this lecturer, he started everything from fundamental to financing. Now it is entrepreneurs from Nagaland, if they want, they can do it because he has done everything A to Z details they described. So I just request just two questions or queries. If this one, please.
Yes.
What about the nutrition aspect of limbs versus adults? And do you think just selling limbs is profitable than waiting for adults?
Or nymph is profitable, but in case of if you go for taste, you know the nymphs, they don't have some much of lipids. Taste is directly related to the lipids. So if you go for the adult grasshoppers, then you will get good taste. And if it is the market, the good taste is the market, then you will go for the adults. And not the adults, you have to go, you should go for the female adults. Because the male adults are very smaller one, and the female adults 2 to 3 times larger than the males. So female adults, but there is another trade-off. If we kill the female adults, then you will not get the egg pods. So I will recommend after oviposition or after laying their eggs, because the one female can lay 6 to 7 times in her lifespan, and one male may copulate maximally 2 to 3 times, and then they will die. So you will get the male biomass very quickly, but the male weight is very less, and the male taste is not as much as good as females. So there are different kind of treats and breeds, and if you go if you go for the good quality and good taste, then you have to select what kind of, as well as like when you go for market to go to the market and buy some meat, we prefer the leg piece, we prefer the breast one, we prefer like this. So female is the good one for your taste. And in case of protein quality, I can say the females are much better in protein quality than the adults. And also the nymphs have the much better protein qualities. Yes.
Which is the most crucial stage when you look at
Nymphal rearing period. In my experience, nymphal rearing period is the most crucial phases, not only in the first in nymphal stages, second nymphal stages, and the third nymphal stages. First, second, and third nymphal stages are the more crucial stages, because the mortality rate goes very high during the first and the second nymphal stages. If you are very casual in rearing the grasshoppers in first and initial stages, then you will not get the desired amount of biomass what you are getting expected for. Produce. It depends on the species. As for Hydroglyphus vanian, it can produce 80 eggs per egg pods. In Oxia, you can get the 24 eggs per egg pod. In Hydroglyphus, in Spathosternum, you will get 10 eggs plus egg pods. So it varies. We cannot say in a one word. Hydroglyphus and Spathosternum. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Yes. Specifically. How many days are eager? Yes, we have this data, but it is not the right place to, or we have some time constraints, so I cannot explain all these kind of tidbits, all these kind of facts, data facts, that particular species, what kind of temperature is required. But I will definitely solve your problem. I will definitely say you after my talk.
Though a lot of questions I was expecting, but thanks for we will be allowed to So he has opened everything to you. As far as he is there, so anybody from here, either for research purpose, for enterprising purpose, or anything, or any specific, particular species you want, definitely he would help. Because from the skies, we know that he has done a lot of work, not only single hearing, mass hearing. So I think the problem regarding those who want to go for entrepreneurship, those who are going to create something as a mass production, those who are going for distribution, everything, I think it will solve. So thank you very much, Das. With this, I just
Thank you.
Okay. Next talk is by Honorable Salo. He is from this village, that is Intoswama village, Manalai. And he has been in this college and worked in this department. Then he's been doing domestication of hornets for the last 40 years. So I'm interested to now share his experience of how he has been able to get these hornets and then how he has been able to domesticate them and how he has been able to culture. So now I'm interested to share his experience.
Liwe,
Good evening.
Humorgeso, Kihugeseo, Zero, Head of Department Zoology, Nunchazunu work about officers, Kepramu, Leskepanama, Unumasako.
Respected chairperson, guests from the various areas from different states, and my dear student friends.
And Hitugi, Leskin, what's up was a check at Chilosla, Tingi, Adinu, Perivo, Jade, Nati, Perivo, Jade, or Kusudo.
I have not been a learned person, so I'll just talk a little bit about how I rear hornet in my from my life. I will speak out in my own dialect.
Azaro Kungul Husano.
My name is Kongulu Sano.
Atichi Hida Mesawo, Titi Hopelivore.
I rear about this hornet for about 40 years.
Titi Ho J Mars per Posa Debade and Nurimu.
This hornet starts flying around, and even yesterday I saw a hornet flying around.
Titi Ho Parkeregi Popper Popinumbi Popper DRB Posa Deparia.
This hornet, the first fly is the queen.
Paro Kijek Ketiki Gonu, Moe Si Keti, Siprogonu, who keep to the Zakor Depenu, keep to Vadaya.
It used to hovering around in search of its hive in the holes, in the crevices, and so on. And it takes about 14 to 15 days.
No Popo keep to Ligaro, it will go the Sijogo, no Sise, or somebody for that cigarette, first of the day.
When it gets the appropriate holes, then it starts collecting the sap and the rotten woodens to make its hive initially.
No consider no Sigas Hugo, Bivajiki Hugo, City, what you put proper, Bivajiki first of the day.
when a single hornet move hovering around, during that time we started in search of this hornet for capturing.
Jadi potro so di muli daro wakabi balea.
When we get the queen, then we mark it as it belongs to us.
Pues le di por dacha se deli road o opinion no bite peso so do.
When it starts entering into its hive, the only queen will start laying its egg.
Un peso so ro ko si jogo hako pivo di pono vatse do.
When the egg hatch out, then the queen starts feeding its young ones with the sap.
Pe joge se zaki ne se geli ro hatsa se de pargi vodi o posso ko pigo posso ko posso pargi ke to zaki ke tamun na pe don hako ne di pardaya.
The hatching process and growing up to the adulthood, it takes about 18 days.
Se ke me di pues potro pe ko se ko pono pe ko be potro se so di ta di pe te pe ke Maria se ke ze parli ro yo ko te se ko di peri se te be ya.
When the many larvae up to when the young ones develop to about 9, 10 adult, then they started collected the hornet for rearing.
Nu ojati ke prije se deba.
According to our version, there are about 4 or 5 species that we found.
Ko rotse pesa ko le ya mo ho rotse ke no se le mo tla yo ko si je ko te ba je gi ko to ke di ko ye ke di ko han na ho bu da ya.
Some can produce a very good hive, some are not. So we determine this good hornet by observing the time how they are collecting the sap.
Jadi ko to te ke par di te wo pe ni le ro trepeng su don gila le ya.
When we collect the hornets in a hive, after 5 to 6 months, we can harvest this hornet again.
Mu dia ko di zero ko bu ke di ko ro ka ni hit da mu hit peng ko bu bo je from ko di zelia.
When the hive is good, we can sell it at about 40 to 50,000.
Mu ko no ki zu ge zero ke ji ko ka ni ge na ka peng ji ga mu le ya.
When we take out the larvae and sell it in kgs, it is about 2,000 and above.
Kuno ke pi go ye ro ye wo pe ni ba ze o wa che mo ba che la bo ji nu o ta mari par le mu da che la na pi ho ro o ha po bi po ta che la mo ye po che bo di le pi ke tso yo te bo ri po wa che si jo go pi wo po no wa che ba di di ke le ya zo.
When we culture the other domesticated animal, we have to feed those animals. But these hornets, we don't feed the hornet. They themselves used to collect the small bees or saps, and then they produce a very good hive that we harvest.
Le pi ho ke re gi ro ko le ge ra go ro ko no tso ba ya.
When the first breeds comes out, the young ones are small.
Si ba di September October ji ga nu pe ko de le go ro ko queen ne di ba da ya.
When the young ones develop during the September and October. They develop to the queen again.
我哋後邊嚟個個啲嘅那啲後啲是啲嘅我哋是做個呢，就自己個呢兒是啦不得呀。
When this group develops, they fly out and then hide themselves in the crevices during the winter season as hibernation.
是我哋啲嚟啦巴了，馬兒自己係啦巴啲跑步車車的啦巴的呀。
And when the hot season comes during the March, they started coming out from the crevices from their hibernation and they start searching for their hive again.
所以嗰個古里嘅比起來，我哋那啲後出嚟，比如個乜出啲，我就這樣。
So instead of going for laboring in other field, we used to invest our time in searching of this hornet for our daily life. Thank you. Yeah, if you have any question, I'll try to translate it in our dialect so that you'll answer.
Okay. We also have a small video on how it is done. So I thank him again on behalf of all the participants here as well as the whole team. Thank you very much for sharing your
Yeah, so he is Deepan, and during our internship with A3, we happened to shoot this documentary. So it took us 4 months. So the whole production took us 4 months. So yeah, if you have any questions, and yeah, our brother Menguti is also here. So he's also he also came out in the video in the documentary, and he also rears the giant hornet. So he's there, and also Kapani is also there. So if you guys have any questions on rearing hornets, rearing giant hornet, please come here, both of you. Kapani, Menguti, first one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So his brother Mengutio, he's from Nehema village, and he's Kapani from Michael in Senapati. From yeah, Senapati. Yeah. So from sorry. So like if you have any questions, you can start asking. If you have any questions on reading on how reading is done, or on the documentary, if you have anything to ask.
um, related with the um, hotels and restaurants demand. Uh, they want to add these insects into their item, but they say that there's a shortage of this, and whether they used to demand from you during your harvest time, or you just sell it to the open market, and then they used to get it from the open market.
We used to sell this in market only.
Okay. No hotelier demand from you,
No.
so they buy from the expense one.
I don't know. Anyone else?
Hi. So I was wondering, is there any criteria for selecting the site where the hive is established? So you just randomly select it, or is there any criteria for that?
Ini nagamis ko deh. Itu tuh mati tuh Allah agla thaim na. To holi lop gorom jagate aro mati bishi thaka to ini stone pathor bishi thaki chili tu bal nai. Ini mo khan to inne pali thaki na. My experience.
So what he's saying is that they will look for sunny places, like places in their village where it's a little like it's comparatively warmer, and also places where there are less stone with more soil, so that it will be easier for the hornets to dig in.
And also, over the years of your experience in hornet rearing, have you seen or observed any change in the availability of the insect? As if the population is stable, or is it decreasing or increasing?
Ini ini itu different years. No, it's sometimes it's growing a lot. Sometimes it's die out because of we are burning the forest. They used to hide in the decade this wooden, no? And then it's some are burning out and it will die out because of this reason they are burning out now. Like March it will grow going out to flying out now. Sometimes it's we don't know it's actually that one, but sometimes in a year some are we can get a lot in a year, like different.
From inoculation to harvesting, how much time it will 6 months?
Just we keep 3 to 4 months only. Like May will put May, first May and June, July, August, September, October, November, up to that 5 months and so on. After 4 months, we can cultivate here, harvest.
How many groups of you like you are there for harvesting the hornet's nest? How many people are doing this?
It depends on experience only. Me, I can do it alone, and then
No.
I take.
How many more people like you are doing?
To like many people.
Many people are doing that.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that sometimes they will decline.
Yeah.
That's the main issue.
There are some guys like me also. There is 4, 5, 6 people was there.
Because you are excavating in the entire nest.
Yeah.
That is the main issue.
Yes. No, but before harvesting that entire thing, would you be shifting the females separately, part of that for the next generation, or?
Yes. Because if you keep some part of that, then they will regenerate. So the species population will not be.
Yeah.
Under this, as per our brother Kulu says, that some of this developed adults, they went out of the hive before this whole hive grown up to the adult. So those develops to the queen and they hibernate in the crevices or the holes. So even if they harvest the whole hive, they're supposed to be queen. They move out from the hive before this group grow up to adulthood. That's what he emphasized on, that how the queens develop.
Yeah, it's also better to kill and keep them under control, this giant hornet, because most of these giant hornets, they will attack these small bees who help in pollinations. So it's better to keep them under control. So. You think?
Yeah. My question is
you can use this. Okay, like first of all, congratulations, like for your film is being selected in Nature and Focus. So like my question is like to both of you, since you are like, it not been new for you, like shooting for this hornet or insect things. So what's your experience during shooting, or what are the challenges that you have been facing throughout your journey?
So this film was our first film that we ever shot. So like I said, it was a part of our internship, and yeah, it was really tough, but also we don't have anything to compare to. So for us it was tough, but also it was we should say it was fun for us, because yeah, it was our first time, so we don't know what we are going up against. So yeah, a lot of times we had to walk the 10-20 kilometers, not get dinner in time, those things, like of course going into the jungle, things like that. But apart from that, for producing the film, we before we set out from our station, we had made a proper script on how the film is going to be. So we didn't even know about the giant hornets back then, but we just we did our own research, and we made a proper script, so we knew what we were about to shoot. So like we made our short list, and like as we went on day by day, we would keep ticking the short lists, and that's how we ended up making this movie. Yeah.
How do they find out the founder's queen?
Yes, sir.
How do they locate the foundress queen, the first queen,
Oh,
for establishing the colony?
yeah. So during the season, April, May, right? Yeah, May. So during April, May, the queens will be over there in the oak trees, for sucking the tree sap of the oak. So when they are there, they will, locate that, and like you have seen, they'll try to follow the queens back to the either to the nest, and get the nest out of the ground when they're still a small colony, and then they'll bring it to their own place and start domesticating.
So is it that common to easily find out their birds?
I guess like if you keep an eye on it, I guess it's I would say it's quite common, because even like as a like since I've done a documentary on this thing, now I keep now I notice giant hornets whenever it's near me. So when I go to the forest, which is quite often, during the season, I'll just spot giant hornets in the oak trees here, flying here and there. So even if they fly by, you can just notice, because we have made this. So now we keep noticing the giant hornets for us. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other question? Okay. If there's no more question, one big round of applause for this. Take a photo of the team, the video in the background. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Maybe. Rita, can you just play that video so that we can take a. Okay, please come. Take a photo.
Put the title slide. No, the Rearing the Giants, the title.
Yes, please come. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And one with the wasp also, the background. Yeah, that might be.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh no. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another short film now. This is on a different species of insects. Tejan? So small time.
the student. So he is like that, a very simple man, but with high thinking, you know. And we really appreciate him as a person. Okay, very good natured and very simple man, and very hardworking. And I think he's also one of the senior most lecturer in this college. So we all respect him highly, and also he is one of the friendliest lecturer in the college. You know, the student, I think they rather be with him, chatting with him, than be in the class listening to lectures. It's like that. Okay, so I welcome Dr. Jesse Video, and then our speaker, Dr. Priyan, to come and take up this technical session.
Thank you, madam, for introducing me in such a way that I think I am not deserving. But anyway, thank you, madam. Okay, our next speaker is, I should say, our organizer, no other than Dr. Priyan, which is easy for me to call him like that. Dr. Priyan, he did his PhD from the University of Calicut, Kerala. Yesterday, I've learned that he is originally from Kerala, but now settled in Bangalore, if I'm not mistaken. He is a trained taxonomist and ecologist and has described 70 new species to the science and has authored 3 books, more than 80 research papers, and popular articles. He is a member of various national and international scientific and academic bodies. He is also in the board of editors of many reputed journals. In last 3 years, he is also serving as the member of board of governors of Freshwater Working Group of Societies for Conservation Biology, currently working as senior fellow at Asuka Trust for Research in Ecology and the Environment, Atri, Bangalore. So now, with this introduction, I give time to our speaker. Sir, you can come and take your time.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks for the nice words. Thanks to the Department of Zoology and Kohima Science College for the all sort of warm hospitality conferred to my colleagues and myself, and also for organizing this wonderful workshop. One of my colleagues was in between commenting that, so they already warned you. Thanks for that. Thanks for warning me up. Thank you all for considering me one among yourself. In the title slide, you see 2 of my team members enjoying woodworms. One person is from Sikkim and the other person is from Bangalore. As I mentioned during the inaugural session, this image is a talking image. Both of them are not insect eaters. They tried insects, they enjoyed it, and they like to eat it, they want to continue it. They are not continuing it only because it is not available in the south. That means there is a market. So now rest of the world is following the northeast. People start realizing the importance of the insect protein. What are the challenges, opportunities, threats in that? For me, like sort of an obsession, most of my talks, I like to start with these lines. Every part of this earth is sacred to my people. Every shining pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every clearing and humming insects is holy in the memory and experience of my people. These are not the words of any great scientists, not any writers, not any big statesmen, not any big philosophers, not taken from any religious texts. In late 19th century, when the then American president wrote a letter to the Seattle chief, the American Indians chief, to leave the land to the state so that state will take care of the well-being of the Indians. To that letter, Chief Seattle wrote a letter response. The language may be different. The alphabets may be different. But the meaning, it means a lot. I consider these words as the Magna Carta of conservation. It says conservation is not just conserving the land. Conservation is not just conserving the forest. Conservation is just not just conserving the animals. Conservation is not taking care of the well-being of the people. Conservation means taking care of the land, including the culture, people, insects, animals, everything together. Because everything is not just part of their life, it is part of their memory and it is there in the experience of their people. They cannot leave that land. They are so related to the land. It is not possible to give up any rights to anyone because it is the part of their life. Oh, insects. This is the general perception of insects. On listening to the insect, hearing the word insect, people get scared. It is something to be hated. It is something to be killed. This is the image of an Afrikaner trying to chase away the locusts fallen into her agriculture fields. The last year, we saw a lot of locust attacks all over the world. It came down even up to Maharashtra, starting from Sahara. Why so much of locusts? Does it have anything to do with the anthropogenic disturbance? How the grasshoppers become locusts? Is it related to climate change? When talking about insects, the most famous quote is from E.O. Wilson. Insects are the little things that run the world. We see insects everywhere. When we consider about insects, when we talk about insects, first we should consider what are the importance of insects. I don't know in the Northeast, but in most areas, from a child is born, he or she is taught to hate insects. the first thing a child learns is to kill an ant or a mosquito. And throughout his life, he continues the same attitude. Insects are something to be hated, killed, eradicated. Pretty good reasons for that too. They are the biggest competitors of the human beings on the earth. They eat up 20 to 30% of our crops. Even after the harvest, they eat up maybe 30% of or even more of our greens. They kill or weaken millions of people. Every year, millions of people are died or weakened because of the insect-borne diseases. This year, we are facing the pandemic. Now we have clear estimates, not just estimates, clear counts of more than 2.5 million people died, 110 million people weakened due to COVID. And if you keep a track of the insect-borne diseases, it's a recurring event almost every year. Sometimes as many or more people may be dying or weakened due to various insect-borne diseases. So the world is a mosquito empire. There's a book, there are in fact 2 books titled Mosquito Empire. Many of the world history is written by mosquitoes. When Vasco da Gama came to India, he died because of mosquitoes. Napoleon had. And during the invasions to the Latin America, many of the expeditions and invasions were failed because of the insect-borne diseases. So it's an insect-driven world. And if you take the diversity, they're the most diverse. 60% or sometimes 90% of the species are insects. Biomass also. They have. And everywhere, as Haldane has said, inordinate fondness to the beetles. Because 30% of the species are beetles. That fondness is not only to beetles, is to insects too. Almost 80 or 90% of the species are insects. And they are heavier than any other species. The total biomass of insects exceeds the biomass of any other mammals. At the same time, can we live without insects? Most of our crop plants are pollinated by insects. It shows how much of the world crop is pollinated by insects. Maybe every third bite we take, we should thank an insect because it is pollinated by an insect. Or apple, almost every vegetables, all pollinated by insects. And insects play an important role in nutritional security also, not only the food security. Other than vegetables and fruits, what do we get from the grains? If we have to get nutritional food, we should depend on the insect pollinated food. It's a people tree in front of near my house. You know, people tree, people's banians. There are a lot of banians and peoples and other ficus in Northeast India. Do you remember? Do you know? There is one small people tree planted in front of the college also. Do everybody know people trees? People and banyan? What's the color of the people flower? You know the banyan trees, Ficus bengalensis, the people, Ficus racemosa, Ficus religiosa, and we have the ficus, the fig tree, Ficus racemosa, Ficus carica, Ficus exasperata. So many ficus trees are there. It's all around. What's the color of the flower? Without seeing a ficus tree, we cannot go even for 500 meters. Almost everywhere there is a ficus tree. What is the color of the flower? Don't worry about it. I asked the same question to many of my audience. Some are very adventurous. They say, oh, it is red. Some say it is white, cream. But this is the truth. You cannot see the flowers of the ficus. It is a hidden inflorescence. The inflorescence comes like a small fig, small fruit itself. And the flowers are hidden inside. If the flowers are hidden inside, how is it pollinated? Somebody should go inside and pollinate. There are small, tiny fig insects doing that job. Every fig fruit has a small orifice, a small opening, which is heavily guarded by bracts. And this tiny insect has so many adaptations to go inside. And it's not an easy job. The tiny female insects coming with a lot of pollen grains filled into the pollen pockets. And there is the fig when it was ready to receive the pollen grains. And they try to get in. In the process, first they lose their antennal flagellum. Then whatever remaining, they can use it as a crowbar. They try to remove the bracts with the crowbar. Then their mandible has a process which is like a saw. They move the head up and down, trying to and sawing the bracts. And finally, some will be successful, some die on the way. And successful females go inside, and what they do first is take pollen grains. The ficus sacrifices some of its own offsprings, some of its own seeds for the fig wasp to grow. So it's a true symbiotic relationship. Similarly, if you go to our forests, if you observe plants, we can see a lot of such adaptations. Not every insect can pollinate every plant. It's a coevolution. It's an evolution started millions of years. The angiosperms and insects evolved together. So most of our forest plants, they depend on insects for pollination. So if there are no insects, what may happen? Most of our trees will go. Without insects, human beings or any other animals can live on this earth not more than 50 years. Oh, all of a sudden, a lot of cattle. I don't see much cattle in Northeast India. But if you go anywhere in the mainland, you can see huge herds of cattle. Even in Bangalore city, while driving, you can see herds of cattle moving around even in the busy highways and even in the middle of the cities. And why all of a sudden I showed the cattle? Every cattle is eating maybe 20 or 40 kilos of vegetation every day, or even more. And they also produce a lot of dung. And what happened to this dung? And now it is identified that the methane produced from cow dung is a major source of source for global changes. It impacts the ozone layer. And is the small dung beetles which help to bury most of the dung produced by cattle. Not only by cattle, by every mammal. So they bury the dung preventing aerobic disintegration of the cattle dung. Thus, they reduce the emission of methane. Similarly, most of the dead wood is disintegrated by termites. So most of the nutrient cycling is done by insects or other related arthropods. So without the insects, the world will become a dung heap, or there will be a lot of heaps of dead woods. Many of you might have seen caterpillars moving around with a lot of pupae on their body. Parasitic Hymenoptera. There are thousands of parasitic Hymenoptera there, which keeps the insect population under control. My colleague, Dr. Ranjit, during his PhD, though his PhD topic was something different, he described more than 70 species of parasitic Hymenoptera in the last 5 years. Parasitic Hymenoptera are so diverse because they show a high degree of specificity to their host plants. Thus, they are used in biological control. Just recall what the Honorable Chief Guest in the morning session was telling about the friendly insects, the friends of farmers. So they help a lot in biological control. So this is a insect-driven world, and they are the important food source for lot many invertebrates. We saw about the wasps; they feed on other insects. The hornets feed on other insects. Spiders feed on other insects. All these parasitic Hymenoptera, thousands of parasitic Hymenoptera, parasites on other insects. They are the important food source, not only for other insects, even for large mammals like bears and even human beings. So in 2013, as I mentioned in the other sessions, United Nations come with the dossier, and after that, there's a lot of promotion about eating insects. So in the course of evolution of man, during the early humans, they were the food for sustenance. When we didn't have fire or tools, we were depending largely on the insects and the fruits and the fruits and leaves. But once we started agriculture, obviously we are creating a suitable habitat for many other insects also. So without any doubt, we can say pests are anthropogenic. We created the pests. No insects in the nature are the pests. But when we started to modify the habitat for our purposes, it created a more suitable habitat for a few species. So once we settled agriculture, the insects became our enemies. Then we started our small cities and towns. Then we started breeding mosquitoes in our backyards, and they also became our enemies. Thus, human history became a never-ending warfare. Were we ever able to win that game? The insects may be the only enemies human can never overcome. Around 3,000 years ago, human beings became more political. They became classified under several organized religions. Organized religions started spreading several ideologies. And one was thereafter we started treating eating insects as a taboo because insects are our enemies. So human beings start to believe that eating insect is a taboo. But only very recently, only after the concepts of conservation became so prominent among humans, then only we started to realize the importance of insects. Now we know that without insects, we cannot live. If insects are not there, most of the ecosystem functions will be affected. You'll be deprived of the food. The world has become a dung yard. So we start to realize the importance of the insects. But meantime, due to the developmental pressure, first due to the agriculture, we changed most of our land. We converted most of the natural habitats. Then we started spraying a lot of pesticides and chemicals. Then we started a lot of factories, cars, a lot of pollution. All those started killing the insects. And in the last few years, insect diversity and biomass is coming down drastically. So this is a background. This is the background. From this background, we should think about the practice of entomophagy and how that can be sustainable. So as per the present estimates, more than 2,000 species of insects are consumed all over the world. In India also, in almost every state, at least some species are consumed. We have some estimates from some states. So how to sustain when rest of the world wants to eat insects? So far, in Northeast India, it is part of the casual life. It is not even a commodity. If you go to the village, there's no market. The insects were not coming to the market. If somebody gets excess insects, they were sharing it with others. Or they were just harvesting whatever is required from the forest. But when coming to Kohima, things changes. Kohima people have no time to go to the wild and collect the insects. So they have to depend on the market. So in Mao market and other places, a market start to evolve for market for the insects start to evolve. Some scientists say that considering insects as alternate food is a big revolution in the time. It's becoming a big enterprise. You can see in the last few years how much the market has grown. So there is a growing market for insects. In Thailand, in Malaysia, Philippines, in many Southeast Asian countries, there are insect has evolved to a big market. There are big industries. So is it a challenge or an opportunity? So far, there's no big market for it. There's a practice. There's a lot of knowledge here. And it is sort of a monopolized knowledge. But now the rest of the world is coming to it. Now there is a big business for the cricket powder. 1 kilogram of cricket powder costs about 5,000 rupees. Fried crickets, insect started pizzas, insect started cookies, and airy pickles, cricket crunchies. So many products are available in the market. But in India, the market is still in an incessant stage. This is where we should start looking into the potentials for rearing insects. So far, we are largely depending on the wild, except maybe for some rearing of the bees and wasps. If we have to rear insects, what should be the criteria we should look for? The first should be the preference. That's the reason why I asked Chef Joel and the other person, what are the favorable species? Because if I don't like something, I am not ready to pay for it. There should be a market. If there should be a market, I should like it. But our first preferences are not so easy to rear. So we have to make easy to rear species more preferable to people. That's a business mantra. Make people like what we want to sell. That is what the world is facing today. Big corporate companies decides what we should eat. Through the advertisement and other methods, they modify our interests. If we have a preference to a particular bath soap, obviously the advertisement play a major role rather than what is really good for our health or what we really like. I don't know, should we go take that line? I'm not for that. Northeast India has a huge resource, maybe 300 species. And you know how to use it. You know the medicinal importance. You know how to prepare it. It's a vast treasure knowledge. Our team has collected more than 250 species. There are maybe 56 or 60 species of grasshoppers and crickets. We have recorded more than 12 species of longhorn beetles. Maybe 27 species of hymenopterans. And you saw the movie about wasp rearing. And a lot of bugs. Can you identify this species, this insect? The sting bug, Coridius. You saw the on video also. The Coridius come to the market in huge heaps. We tried to identify those, and we found it is not a single species. It is at least 8 species. But only 6 or 7 species are known to the world so far. At least one can be a new species. Sapnil is working on, for last 1.5 years, Sapnil is trying to decipher what are the bugs the people of Northeast India are eating. He has an interesting story. So he found it very difficult to identify. He did a molecular sequencing. It complicated his research further. We thought there are 7 species known and 1 species new. There could be 8 species, but molecular biology study says that it can be even 11 or 12 species. And the real story does not end up there. When we were doing the work in Pasighat, we met some people. They were behaving a little odd, at least a couple of people, they were behaving a little odd. And the family members or colleagues told, it's because they consumed a bug. Out of these 8 species or 10 species of bugs, 1 species has a hallucinogenic effect. People know it, but still they consume it. If they happen to consume it more, that hallucination continues for a year or more. And they behave very oddly. They always try to hide somewhere. They become photophobic, like the insect what they eat. So I contacted one of my colleagues, a chemical ecologist. She did a molecular chemical profiling of these insects and found that this particular species has a neurotoxin. That is what causes the hallucination. Should we promote that for food purposes? Max, I do understand your smile. You find some other possibilities there. Am I right? So there are a lot of possibilities. So how can we make this insect enterprise a sustainable model? So with some communities in down south, people living near a big backwater lake in Kerala. Most of those people depend on the backwaters for their livelihood, either for fishing or farming or something. One major threat to the backwater is coming from the waste produced by the people. How can we reduce the organic waste dumped into the lake, mainly the kitchen waste and hotel wastes? And how can we develop that into an enterprise? Oh, when coming to sustainability, what is sustainability? Is it big development, the stock market, economic growth, the GDP, or urbanization? Usually, I always do a comparison between Indian villages and kind of huge structures in the big cities like Bombay or Bangalore. Who is contributing to the carbon footprint more? Most of our Indian villages, the villages lead a sustainable life. But the question to sustainability coming from huge cities. On the left-hand side is the residential building of one single family. On the right-hand side is a huge industrial estates, software parks. So what is the energy consumption of these buildings and how much energy these people use? What's the mode of transport these people use and how much energy they require? So who are the real contributors to the sustainability? So I just borrow a quote from I forget his name. Anyone who believes in indefinite growth on a physically finite planet is either mad or an economics. David Attenborough. For that, sustainable development is an alternate. Is where the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations. Unfortunately, I don't know the situation in the Northeast India. In most of the mainland, most of the towns and cities, every person has a debt for next 20 years. They take a loan for next 20 years to build a house or buy a car. That means we are borrowing or we are utilizing the resources which are supposed to use in the next 25 years or 20 years today itself. So coming back to the Vembanad backwater story, the people had no methods to dispose their organic waste. People living near the lakes was just dumping into the water body or to the small canals near their house. So the water was getting polluted. It was becoming stinky, unusable canals and water, the lake. So there we introduced the black soldier flies. It's an insect. It can breed in any organic waste. Whether it is the excreta from the poultry or pig farms, or even the kitchen waste or the hotel waste, in any organic material, or even the slaughter waste, the black soldier fly can live. The adults don't feed, so we don't have to worry about they spreading any diseases or doing any harms. Only the larvae feeds, and they're voracious feeders, and the bioconversion rate is very high. If you feed 3 kilograms of organic waste, we'll get maybe more than 1 or 1.5 kilograms of protein. And the larvae can be used for many purposes. In Southeast Asian countries, it's even used for human consumption. For human consumption, we have to feed them with a sterilized waste. So this is a very good alternate for one addressing the issues with the organic waste. But for the small households, what can we do? If we set up a large rearing factory, it will be difficult to collect the organic waste from each households and bring it to the processing center. So we formed a small, there are self-help groups are more. So we formed a institutional setup. Self-help groups, they are organized into area development societies, and there's a community development society, etc. And we made small bioports. We have designed a bioport for each households. So whatever the waste produced from each house can be put in this bucket, and usually the black soldier flies come by themselves, or we are providing them with the black soldier flies, and they breed there, and you can see they are producing a lot of larvae, and the larvae get collected in that small bucket because it depends on their biology. Once they reach the pre-pupal stage, they crawls out and they try to pipette in the soil. Instead of them falling into the soil, we collect in the small side bucket. This is the biopod we have designed. So we promoted these self-help groups. They started producing these biopods. We built up their capacity to produce biopods. The local panchayats was supporting this program. They invest for purchasing biopod from these self-help groups. And the self-help groups collected the excess larvae. Most of the households have either small poultry or there are aquaculture. So it is pumped back to the economy. It's a circular economy model. And also our team has developed dog feed and fish meal from the black soldier flies. So this is the circular economic structure. From the organic waste, the people are benefited. Again, good quality protein is produced. It is helping the aquaculture. It is helping the poultry, and in multiple ways, it is helping the rural economy. So this is a model which can be attempted anywhere for the insect rearing. For rearing insects, from the talks here, you can understand that we don't need huge infrastructure. Even if few households can come together and make a small enterprise and start rearing insects. the challenge is first to select what is most suitable. What are the most suitable species which can be easily reared? And also we have to develop a market for that. So in Vembanad, in Kerala, the organic waste is an issue, and the demand is with the poultry and as well as the aqua farms. So we are trying to promote BSF, black soldier flies. So identify the insects with the better potentials, then develop rearing methods, promote pest for need. It's a concept as like the inaugural speaker mentioned. If we start eating the pests, we can. It's a environmental friendly method for pest control. To my lab, usually, I tell my colleagues, the motto of our lab is kill insects to understand insects, eat insects to conserve insects. Because if you want to study an insect, you should get the specimen in your hand. Otherwise, you won't get the details. So for study purpose, don't hesitate to kill an insect. Kill an insect to understand insect. And the one major threat to the insect diversity is coming from our agrochemicals, pesticides and fertilizers. If you start eating your pests, you don't have to pour the deadly pesticides to our agricultural farms. So eat insects and conserve insects. So I mentioned that there are a few policy issues even today in this insect enterprise. First of all, it is not recognized as a food commodity legally. It is not listed, no insect species is listed in the normally traded species. And it is not a farming group, a farming taxa. And it is not a commercial commodity. And moreover, as per the India's Wildlife Act, insects are coming under the Wildlife Act. All insects, if it is not domesticated, it's a wildlife. It is illegal to catch. So we have to change some of these laws to propagate this insect enterprise. Yes, kill insects to understand insects, eat insects to conserve insects. Thank you.
Sir, can I just add one thing? Yeah, sure. In 2017, in Switzerland, the European Union passes some laws for consumption of edible insects, and in Geneva, the alimentarius group, they sanctioned 3 insects for commercial use. So they put their insect food name. I mean, some registered name that the insects can be used as food. These are the facts that laws are changing. Yes, this is the only thing that I am clear that. Not in India. Yes, in India is not right now. It's working, but in other parts there are some laws recently. Thailand, Japan, and Germany. Sir, regarding the next one, are you using the artificial light or using the commercialized light? No, it's not. It's a mix. I mean, are you using the natural light, sunlight,
Thank you all.